Staffing. At the Secretariat, we have got 4 permanent staff. Myself, the office secretary, the driver, and an accounts clerk. We hope that as we become stronger, we expand the workforce so that we can be able to serve you better. We have got 136 districts, and each of these must have a coordinator. So we have 136 staff members who are assigned to the district, and some of these staff members are here. May I request all the district coordinators who are here to stand up for recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the district coordinators. Maybe you can sit this side, but if you don't mind, you can remain where you are, but this had been preserved for you. But for the time being, you'll find time and then move this side. Please, you may sit down. Cities were created recently as local governments, and we have not yet appointed coordinators for the cities because the Constitution doesn't provide for city coordinators. So I am thinking that at the end of our session today, we should come up with a resolution to have cities as independent entities so that we have 146 staff. So all these are assistants of the ES. So when you find the ES alone in office, you don't say, but where is your assistant? All of them are here. And they are also assigned other responsibilities. Administration. In USA, our administration is based on structures. We have got structures at school level, and these are the school councils. Now, my recent trip throughout the country indicated that very many schools do not have school councils. I am wondering what the problem is. But I discovered while interacting with head teachers that the head teachers do not like school councils. They regard them as elements of opposition within the what? The school. Because the school councils, by their nature, are supposed to positively criticize and also provide solutions, or rather suggest solutions to some of the problems in the schools. But most head teachers don't want them, and they deliberately don't what? So I'm calling upon all the coordinators who are here to liaise with the head teachers in their districts to ensure that each and every school has got a school what? Council. And that's when we shall reach everybody. We have the guild councils. The guild councils are in the institutions of higher learning, and also these ones who award certificates. So those are our structures there, and I'm happy that those are very active because they are mature. Nobody in the university or a training institution can clamp down the students not to have their own structure. So they are there because they are mature. Now, secondary schools, don't be regarded as immature. When you go back and your neighboring school doesn't have a school council and you are a chairman, you are a speaker here, or you are a secretary for women affairs who has come here, make sure that that school has a what? If there is a district that doesn't have a coordinator, please inform me. So that, because the other day I discovered the coordinator of Mukono had just run away. He was not there. Completely, I thought he was there. Then when I was going around, he was absent, and I had to appoint a new coordinator for Mukono. Is that coordinator around? Yes. So you are hosting us now in Mukono. Thank you very much. We have the NEC. The NEC is the National Executive Committee. And those people are seated here. They are led by the president and the speaker and others. I will not mention them because the president will recognize them later. But they are a good team because they are the ones who sit almost either on a daily basis or on a quarterly term to guide the association. They come up with the policies for the ES to implement or for the Secretariat to implement. And all these people have got a term of office for 1 year. There have been concerns that they should increase the term of office of NEC and including all structures for 2 years. I don't know whether if you have been in senior 6 and you have completed your studies that you continue remaining a chairperson of a council. I'm not sure, but that is yours for discussion. This is Uganda National Students Association. A person who has completed his or her exams and has graduated, should that person really continue leading others when others are there? We transferred some coordinators. It has not been happening in UNSA, but it is something which I thought should bring a difference. I found Kampala a bit not very stable. And I found another coordinator who was in this area of Mukono, very, very active. And I needed that extra energy for Kampala. So I appointed a new coordinator for Kampala. Kampala there, can you stand up? You have a new coordinator, Mr. Kizito. Where is he? Oh, he's out. He's organizing. So that is a transfer. There are also other coordinators who voluntarily retired, and we replaced them. We have Tororo, Mr. Buru Omal. Has he come? He retired, and we replaced him with Mr. Lewi. And then even Budaka, he opted to retire. He was the chairman of the coordinators forum, and we replaced him with a young man from Budaka. You stand up. These are new people. So this has not been happening. We are renewing. It's called negation of negation for a positive end. You know, when you do political science, you understand that better. Finance. In 2000, the year 2000, we received subscription fees the whole year of only 1.8 million shillings. The whole organization got 1.8 what? Million, yes. And I can name you the people who paid. Makerere University, 88,000. You know, Makerere University adopted the best system of payment of UNSA subscription fees. It pushed it to the students themselves. And if you don't pay it, you don't graduate. Or you don't do exams. So the students themselves walk to the bank and pay the what? The 2,000. So by the time the lockdown came, only 44 students of Makerere had what? And that's why it was 88 what? 1,000. Mbale district had paid 1 million. And Luero district had paid the balance of about 600,000. So that was all. The lockdown came in March, and then the rest of the year we are what? Locked up. In 2021, we improved. We got 51 million. But this is very little for a very big organization like this. Because you can't run even the NEC alone with 51 million in the whole year. You can't even use 51 million to pay the staff of UNSA. So it was very difficult. Now today, as I speak now, by yesterday, we had reached 154 million. Now, how did this miracle happen? We have been having, our biggest challenge in UNSA has been remittances from the head teachers in secondary, principals in the institutions of higher learning, and in the universities. They are completely non-compliant and very, very hostile. The moment you arrive there that you are UNSA, and if they see you and they know you, they will lock their offices and they'll tell you the principal is not there, the head teacher is not there, come back tomorrow. You see? Then you come back tomorrow until you get what? Tired. There has been a misconception, a terrible one, that the coordinators are picking money from the schools. No. Some of these coordinators, the reason why we had so many districts of recent that didn't have coordinators is that coordinators resigned. In Kiriadongo, Mr. Mwesige resigned. I requested him to carry on, he refused. And then Mr. Ongwen recommended, where is the current coordinator of Derek? So he recommended Derek, and I appointed him without knowing who Derek was, because I wanted work. And I'm happy he's doing a very good work in Kiriadongo, those of you who follow it. And it was not only Derek, very many coordinators. Actually, by January this year, we had only 70 coordinators out of 136. But in the last 2 months, we have covered over 110 districts. And the balance we shall be able to conclude by the end of this month. Now, the miracle came like this. We had to think. The Board of Governors, hereafter known as the Board of Trustees of UNSA, are highly placed people. The chairperson Board of Trustees is the permanent secretary, Ministry of what? Education. The vice is UNEB director. Is he called now director? Executive secretary, UNEB. The other is director, National Council for Higher what? Education. The other is the permanent secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social what? And then the other one is the president. I will talk about that later. So I said, now, why can't I utilize these people? Why would we suffer here begging all the time? You go to First Lady's office, you beg today, you beg the following day. The following day when you send the requisition, they tear it. They even see you, they chase you. So I had become a beggar in the Ministry of what? Education. I said, no, let me convene a board meeting. So when I convened the board meeting, together with the NEC members, we were able to impress upon the PS and the director of UNEP and director National Council that we can stand alone if they support us. And my view was that if they cannot support us, then there was no need for them being board of what? Trustees. Because they would be useless in some way. And when they discovered that, they said, okay, young man, we are going to what? We are going to assist you. But tell us, how are you going to be assisted? So I remembered that at one time, UNEB had squeezed the head teachers on SESEMAT. There is a fee, 1,000, is it per term? Payable by head teachers to SESEMAT. SESEMAT is science, mathematics. I don't know what it is. The science teachers know it better. Me, I'm an arts teacher. On strike, probably. So when I proposed, it was immediately accepted. And then we went on until UNEP, through the orders of the PS, gave a notice to all head teachers of secondary schools that you will not collect examination material until you have paid what? UNSA fees. I think you must have read those letters. And when the letters came out, the head teachers were so hostile. They would call and abuse me. You can imagine a head teacher calling you and say, you are very stupid. How do you do these things? You would have consulted. How do I consult people who are already biased and hostile? So I said, no, I'm coming to address you. Yes, I'm stupid, but we shall agree at what? One point. So I've been going to address them in their forums. I've been in the north, I addressed about 200 teachers. Mr. Farouk is the one who, Farouk, they can clap for you because at the end of the day, I succeeded. They told me, Executive Secretary, let UNSA wait because we are just coming out of COVID, there is no money. And I told them, no, we can't wait even as we are coming out of COVID. All of us are recovering. So as you recover, let us also what? And then I said, but during COVID, the students were not there. Who suffered the most? Were you not the ones? Because you are used to eating students what? This time they were not paying, so you must pay. I told them I'm going to sit in UNEP with an executive secretary, with another person from the ministry. You will not get what? Examination material. And in the end, everybody counted. So they have started paying. They have started what? Paying. On secondary schools alone, the census in the Ministry of Education shows that we have 1,860 secondary school students. If all goes well, that translates to about 3 billion. We shall be the most powerful organization. Actually, I told the teachers that we could even lend you, if you are very bad love, come and we lend you what? We lend you money. Now, I'm sure that when exams begin in August and September, that will be the peak. We are also going to ambush the nurses. The nurses, they have got Uganda Nurses Something Examination Board. Then we are also going to ambush all the technical schools through UBTEB. The PS has already agreed, and we are drafting letters to UBTEB. So we want to bring all these people on what? Now, the universities, the public universities, we have a problem. URA is collecting their money. URA is collecting their what? So we want to sit and get a formula. How do we get our money from URA? So what we are getting from any public university that has paid is through the guild fee. The guild president sits with the dean, they agree, then they say, we are giving UNSA this. So they don't give us anything commensurate to the number of students they what? They have. Chambogo University, which has got 30,000 students, gave us 6 million last year. 30,000, they would have paid how much money? 60 million, they gave us 6. But then they told us, if you want your money, you go to what? Go to URA. So we are going to find a way. Let's start slowly. I also told the teachers that if you refuse to pay this money, we shall go to URA. It is actually, that is even the easiest. But what we need to do is to agree not to fight the ministry. Because previously, you students had fought the ministry people. Those board members I'm talking about had been looked at as very useless. They even, students in 2018 even sat and removed all the powers from what? The board of trustees. You can imagine that kind of madness. Now it's this, anyway, we shall talk about it. How is this money going to be shared? The ministry still, with the PS being the board chair, had issued a statement and a circular sometime in 2015 that since you have levels, when head teachers collect this money, 20% of that money should remain in the schools to run the school what? Councils. And recently, when some of you didn't have transport to come here because your schools hadn't subscribed, I requested the coordinators to write directly to the teachers where you come from, that since you have not subscribed and you have a chairperson for the district in your school, pay his or her transport to Mukono and deduct that from what will be subscribed later. And I think it worked for some of you. So the 20% is supposed to be used at school to run the school council. Then the other 80% is supposed to be submitted to national level. Now, the coordinators were not happy with that arrangement. But you see, when you are negotiating with where power lies, there are things you compromise. When we're negotiating to have this money paid and UNEB forcing compliance, they told me that we can only assist you if you have one collection what? Account. Have only one collection account so that all these people are told to pay there. Then it will be your duty and your accountant to reverse 40% of that money because we share what comes. 80, districts take 40, NEC remains with what? So, and for me, I didn't see any problem. I agreed very fast. It didn't go well with some coordinators, but I want to assure you coordinators that we shall reverse to you the 40%. Already, we have reversed some of the monies that we have received from your districts. And that's goodwill from us. So, by September, we shall reverse this money when all these people have what? Paid. Just make sure that you have got what? Accounts. I learned that very many banks were demanding, because when I asked the coordinators open accounts, we are now not going to operate like witch doctors. Huh? You must have an account so that we just do EFT. I discovered that more than 70 to 80 districts didn't have accounts. And I wondered how they were operating. Were you getting money from schools, cash, and you pocket and go? Now that must stop. You must have an account. Then the complaint was that every bank is asking for a registration certificate in order to have UNSA open an account at the district. We have worked around that one. I went to the PS. I convinced her that UNSA is not an NGO. The Education Act, which is a parliamentary act, provides that schools shall establish councils, institutions shall establish councils, and they will be administered under UNSA constitution. Now, that is a government law. So, in effect, we are government. We are not what? And then she called the Attorney General. The Attorney General said, what? Read the section. Say, no, those people are government. And they gave me a letter. So there is a letter, before you go away, pick that letter instructing all banks. Actually, Stanbic, because I was more interested in Stanbic. Our collection account is in Stanbic. So it is easier to go to Stanbic and say, reverse to these accounts so much, and it is done at what? At once. Accountability. We must account for all the money we receive and every item we have. We must have stock take our property and have inventories for it at all levels. The schools, I know, when you visit schools, you'll find a school council has done something. Document and have a file to know what property you have. All that is property of UNSA. At the district, document whatever you have and have it. When you are handing over, you hand over. At the national level, we have already begun, and we have an inventory for that. Now, these accountabilities are not only property, even money. I have attended some district councils, and what you only see is an election. There is no financial report. Then I asked, how do you account for the money you have received from what? The schools and institutions. There must be a report. However ramshackle it is, let it be what? Let it be there. There are several complaints from students here. They call me the whole day and the whole night. Oh, our coordinator has pocketed money, he has eaten money. We are not on account. And I keep consulting. What happens to this? What happens to this? So these accountabilities are very good for your own good and for the good of the association. If you don't have proper accountabilities, no organization can even partner with you. In Kiriadongo, the refugee organizations have partnered with UNSA, and they are giving UNSA a lot of support. Some NGOs in Kiriadongo even gave their own land. They gave UNSA land because they see some form of accountability. Audits. The constitution of UNSA states that the board of trustees shall recommend audit firms to the National Students' Council so that they can be approved. All our accounts must be audited. It's a law. We cannot dodge about it. The purpose is to have healthy financial records. Secondly, value for money. Value for what? And if the audits show that there has been misappropriation, that is how the officer in charge is appraised or disappraised. So they have recommended the following firms for you to choose. We have Kisaka and Company, Certified Public Accountants, and KPMG, Allied Certified Public Accountants. These are reputable firms, and they must audit our books. Whether we received the 1.8 only in 2000, they must know what happened with the 1.8. Now, besides, we also have a court order in place. The coordinators know it. In 2018 and 2019, UNSA was in terrible turmoil. We had more than 50 cases in court. The cases actually swept even the administration of UNSA at that time. And that's how I also came to UNSA as a national coordinator. Now, what court then decided was that because the people who had taken us to court were that there has not been accountability. We think our money is being stolen. So court ordered for a forensic audit. Now, that forensic audit is supposed to be done by a firm approved by what? By counsel. So of the two, I leave it to you. So that forensic audit, and if we don't do it, those people who took us to court can go to court and say, you gave an order as a court, these people did not implement the court directive, then you will find the ES has been arrested and taken for civil prison. Debts. When I came to UNSA in 2019, we had more than 120 million in debts. And many of those debts were NEC allowances, unpaid. Staff allowances, unpaid. Mr. Opolot knows that very well. He's also a claimant. Remember, you accused us before the PS, and we have refused to pay you. We didn't refuse, there was no money. So, we cleared some of those debts bit by bit from the subvention that we were getting from the ministry. Now, so far, in the financial report, you will see. But there is one bad debt here, one debt of 20 million shillings where we were taken to court. And when we were taken to court, I discovered that a check had been issued by the previous administrators, a genuine check of UNSA, 20 million, to kickstart a mathematical set campaign. Those mathematical sets reached some districts, I'm sure. That was 2018, I think. Now, when I approached our lawyer, Mr. Semakade, said, what do we do? Mr. Semakade told me, no, this case here is indefensible. Go and talk to those people. Because the check was properly signed by people who were in office, they issued it, and your job is to pay. If you don't have money, go and what? So I went and negotiated with them. I said, now, don't take us to court. We shall pay this money. Then there was another money from Masindi. Students ate food, coordinators slept in hotels, then they ran away. And we were all taken to court. And I found that the other court had issued already an order to pay the other one of Masindi. So I started with that one. We cleared that one, 8.7 million. Then this one of 20 million, I became a little wise and I paid 1.5 million. So when they were taking me to court, I said, but we are compliant. We have paid 1 point what? 5. And that was in 2019. Now, this gentleman again went back to court because of COVID. We were not there. And they said they had refused to pay money for 2 years. And court issued an order for us to pay the 20 million. The 19 million balance, the 18.5 with the costs. That is the only issue we have. But we have talked And we have agreed on the method of what? Payment. Luckily enough, we are going to have money. So when we pay that, then there was another date.
Let's finish the communication. I request that you sit and you finish the communication. After the speech, order is going to be granted.
Communication, activities of national level, we have got debates going on. The national debate is going on and is headed by one coordinator. Just stand up for recognition. And Paul, that group that is doing the national debate, is an activity that every district must engage. The NEC also came up with another issue of donating pads, sanitary pads to girls. That one is two national programs. The rest you can have as districts. Relations, communication. I want to appeal to all my coordinators to have smartphones, and even you, the students, so that we can communicate well. If you don't have a smartphone now, it's very difficult to get what? Information. Relations, we have improved our relations so much with all those, all our stakeholders. They are there, you can read them. Transport is one of our big problems. We don't have any small car to rush us on matters that need urgency. We have a van, but you can't drive years in a bus, one man. Court cases, I've already talked about it. Teachers strike. What is our response? I'm asking, should we also issue an alert for a demonstration? Now this time again is to the teachers or the government? It is yours. But you must say something. School fires and strikes. Fires are engulfing so many of our schools, and we don't know who is burning the school. Is it the students? If it is you, the students, stop burning the schools, because you end up burning your own property, and sometimes die. Strikes. Gulu, West Nile are now leading in strikes. Students no longer want to compromise. Anything small or even nothing, they have gone on strike. I want to appeal to you that let's have our eyes on the ground and we stop these strikes before they what? They occur. They are very destructive. In Gulu, 3 to 4 students were killed or wounded. In West Nile, it's the same. So we want you alive. If you are actually fighting a war, the first thing is self-preservation. I want to once more thank all of you for listening to me. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit. I've seen the Finance Secretary around. He can present his report.
Thank you so much, Mr. ES. Welcome your communication. Members, there's some noise coming from your papers and from the background. Please observe silence. We welcome the Secretary for Finance, Uganda National Students Association, on the floor to air out his reports.
Can it be brought down?
We are going to have a report from the Secretary for Finance, Uganda National Students Association. Hope you have copies. Members, each member is entitled or to have a copy. If you don't have it, raise up your hand. Ushers are coming for you. The financial report. Oh, you wait, they are bringing this side. You can start.
Thank you. Is it on? Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity that you have granted to me to present the main issue as to why the students of this country are here.
You introduce yourself first.
My name is Okori Brian, and I am the Secretary of Finance, as you have earlier introduced me. I want to present my apologies to you for coming in late. We had a little bit of hiccups here and there, but I thank God that we fought so hard and we are here in time. I am going to present a midterm report. That is beginning January, when we got into power, up to date. My report will have a lot of figures, yes, but I hope that the figures will reflect the realities. Honorable Speaker, all the invited guests in your various capacities, the NEC members available, the WUNSA staff, those are our beloved coordinators, the delegates from all over the country, ladies and gentlemen. Is it good afternoon or still morning? Good morning. Good morning. Did someone interrupt before I came? Or? You say yes. I'm very honored to be here to present to you my beloved report. Finances are the blood of an institution, and if not treated well, an institution fails. But I think that by the fact that we are here in this beautiful place, smart as you are, it's a real answer to my question that the finances are being treated well. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for properly organizing this 32nd Students' Council. The place is beautiful. As you're aware, under Article 6, 2.7d of the WUNSA Constitution, that requires the Finance Secretariat to present records of accounts to the National Students' Council, and that's what I'm going to do. And since we're having a council today, it's prudent that I engage you people with this report on our performance, on our accounts for the first 6 months. I will talk about one account. The ones of the districts, I believe the finance secretaries at that level as well have their own reports to give, in case they are given time to. However, it is important to note that the annual general meeting, which shall sit in December, is the one that will be authorized to approve all the revenue and expenditure for the next financial year.
Sorry for interjecting with your speech.
Yes.
Ushers, I request that I have a copy of the financial report on my desk. Thank you.
Really, why did they give you first? Okay. Our sources of revenue are simple. Subscription from all the members. And that is the 2,000 shillings each paid by every student in this country. Fundraising activities. Grants and donations, and any other sources as approved by NEC or the council. In order to realize revenue, especially subscription, I think most of you have seen me in your various sub-regions and regions. We have been on a strong campaign to make sure we reawaken our structures to subscribe. And this has been through engaging the district coordinators, engaging stubborn head teachers, and even those accounting officers who don't feel it prudent that paying this subscription is good. Lately, when we got a write-up from UNEB to authorize every head teacher to pay the money, the head teacher who told me that, why do you attach useless things to useful things? Okay, I told him, okay. Subscription is useless, UNEB exams are useful. He said, you're attaching useless things to useful things. So I didn't answer him. I told him we shall meet at UNEB, and I'm waiting for him. But most importantly, what I'm trying to say is that we have been around the field. I don't know what part of this region I've not been to try to reawaken our structures through the district coordinators to make sure collection of subscription is intensified and well intensified in an accountable manner. The coordinators in this place, or some guild leaders in this place, can testify that they have been receiving invoices that inform you of how much you're supposed to pay. Then after you receive the invoices, in case you pay, you get the receipt of payment. An overview before you go to that financial report, that breakdown of expenditure. I want again to thank the coordinators because secondary schools, for the first time, are topping in payment. So we thank you so much. Really, you're all close to me here in the right hand. Meaning if it was days of Jesus, you're the ones who have apologized already. The institutions of higher learning. Institutions of higher learning, I really don't want to pay the money. And I see that the majority here. Institutions of higher learning, I'm coming to universities. Universities, that those that are cooperative, like Makerere University, the guild president here. Makerere University has been remitting their pay. And there's a nice system. Every student goes and pays the money. Then you get the 2,000, then you calculate. The others, when you give them invoices, there are no replies that effect. The guild speaker of UCU Mbale is saying for them they pay. And I want to say they paid because they are one of the first universities in this country to pay. So we thank you so much. It's on record. I know every institution that has paid. So at the end of the day, those who are not paid, I hope you take the message of payment. The Minister of Education, through the Permanent Secretary, wrote to the Executive Director of UNEB, asking them to help us collect our subscription for secondary schools. And this we have seen a little bit of progress because there are schools that are paying, but again, they're under-declaring. There's a school that paid 30,000 yesterday, I saw in the statement. So I wonder, they have 15 students. So some of them are just paying because they said you must pay. But I can assure you we shall chase them when they come because it is entirely demeaning for you to pay 30,000 shillings as a head teacher for subscription of UNSA. There are even those head teachers who are chasing our coordinators and even tiring. There are two head teachers we've heard of in Kampala who received and told and said, get out of my office. I won't pay. Okay. We shall meet those ones as well. So most importantly, I want to thank those institutions that have remitted. It is entirely through that remittance that such engagements can happen, that most of these engagements have been happening. I know there are various activities of UNSA that have been happening besides the Students' Council. If you have not been aware of the activities, then maybe it has been deliberate. Before I read the report again, I want to thank the entire National Executive Committee for being very supportive for the dream of finance mobilization. Our talk has always been that without money, there is nothing you will ever do and prosper. You will keep talking with very nice ideas and nothing comes into play. We have one account, which I'm going to read out, in Stanbic Bank, in the names of Uganda National Students Association. It is 90. I want people to write. There are some students who are even paying, so you can also pay, even twice. Because it's important that when you pay, these activities happen. So I want to write this account number so that if you have not been paying, your institution has never paid, you go and now say, we have reasons to pay, we have had the accountability. So write this account. 90 3000 59 00831. Uganda National Students Association, Metro Branch, Kampala, Uganda. That is our only account. As I leave this business of the account, we are also aware, our coordinators again, that there are some institutions that prefer to pay cash money. There are also some institutions, or there are some coordinators who have moved as far as institutions and gotten some money prior to this instruction by UNEB, prior to our instruction of saying central collection should begin. I want to beg with you, in this language I'm speaking, that you come and we harmonize. That's not friendship. You come and we harmonize so that a school doesn't come and we say, go away. No, you receive the money and he has done district activities. So that should be properly done because it is almost 2 months or 3 to collection of examination materials. Our finances are proportioned in 3 categories. But these categories only work for secondary schools. I had some issues of learning saying, are you not giving us our 20%? We want to use it for transport to come for council. We have had all those things. 20% of the 100% of the money collected in a secondary school remains for them to run their activities internally. You don't expect me to account for that, really. Those who are now internally, the patrons and what know how they use it. Because if I start running for that 20% everywhere in this country, I will spend more than 20% to get accountability for 20%, which is madness at the end of the day. So that one, the patrons through guidance of the coordinators will relay that one to them. 40% of the money remains in the district to help them do district activities. Lately, we have been receiving all the 80%. And our obligation has been to remit back the 40%. We have been swift. I have always been telling the coordinators that for me, I keep my word. When I say that we shall send back the money, it must be sent back. If there's any coordinator who is on record saying that for me the school paid, I called the ES or called the finance, and they said, no, we want to pay. Your time for reactions will come. But as far as I'm concerned, if the district maybe has no district account, because it's very hard to account for this money if I keep withdrawing and putting on mobile money and those. So we want to ask the coordinators again, before this report comes, that you should have district accounts, and most favorably, Stanbic Bank. Because it's in Stanbic Bank, your money will come instant, EFT. In fact, inter-account, IAT, inter-account transfer. You'll be getting your money timely to have your activities done. There's a chairperson of Bududa. He sent me a message. You have now collected all our money. What do you want us to do? The coordinator told me that you're taking all the money. Answer me, Mr. Finance. I said, okay. What should I tell you? It is the same system, only that this is now a little bit bureaucratic. Because before, they were doing the same thing. This helps us to properly account for the money and to know how much has been received entirely in the entire country. Because it's nice. It's not nice for me to come here and start gambling of how much has been collected for Gulu, for Mbale, or where. So the central collection has come to heal the problem of accountability and transparency in UNSA. So the 40% comes up to the National Executive Committee. It helps them to run the activities like this National Students' Council, the Guild the President's meetings we've been having, the Women's Day celebrations we've been having, the national trips, so forth and so forth, so long as they're representing students and so long as they're on budget. It's only wrong for any expenditure to be done off budget. And of course, I'm reading a report, but at the end of the year, an auditor will read his audit report. I can't audit myself. Me, I'm only reading what passed through my hands. You see the work of the finance secretary, they say pay. They say pay Kiriandongo 500. Pay, then your work is to carry the money and pay. They don't say do it. So look at me as a messenger. Who has been paying people? Okay, let's get to the report. That is the summary income as of June. By the time we came into office on 2nd of January, we had 213,861 shillings only in the bank. The previous NEC didn't see it important that a new team has anything to begin with. We embraced, of course. We embraced. Very aggressive as we are, you will see that we have collected not less than 100 million. And I can say that they're the only people, are you not for us or what? Let's know. Are we on one page? And I can pledge that the new NEC coming can't get such miserable figures, really. It's not accepted in financing. Somehow, somewhere, I will press the ears to tell us why he also accepted that he should leave us 200,000 shillings for what? For having breakfast in one meeting. That was the opening balance. Subscription fees from members, the universities, institutions of higher learning, and districts. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the breakdowns of these two others. But for the universities, it was very clear that we received 26,566,000 shillings only. And those universities are accountable. There are over 50 universities in this country, but if I would say that only 3 or 4 or 5 have paid, you want us to come and speak in Arabic in the schools, it will happen as well. We got government subvention worth 36 million shillings. This is money that government sends basically to fund activities like board meetings and an office operation. If you use the government subvention to fund such a council, the auditors of Ministry of Education will of course put you at ransom. Fundraising activities, we didn't fundraise for any money. In case anybody fundraised money from you, in the names of UNSA, really, declare them, we pick them. Grants and donations. We received grants worth 5 million shillings. And this money was received from Gulu University, as per the record. The guild presidents were having a meeting. Then a good man of goodwill from State House, I hear, declared is giving you 5 million shillings, which you divided in yourselves. Nobody said, I think it remained the 2 million that is on account for pads, right? But they said, no, the 3 million that is cash, give us. You're patriotic. Details of expenditure, let's go to the details. This other mismatch, unless I have a wrong one. Oh. I jumped. Apologies. Let's go. Institutions of higher learning, 6 million shillings. And these ones, I know them. Mbale Soko, Gulu Soko. Who else? Nobody. UTCOs are not paid entirely. But I know they will work on that payment. But I'm out of there anyway. The districts, it is 80 million shillings, 720,000 shillings, 139 shillings. So that's a lot of money. Before the next used to say, districts don't send any money. The coordinators are bad. But now this is a true testimony that the coordinators are performing. Really, yes, if you have another child, add them. You can add them more, two or three, God will bless you. Because all the other monies combined can't even come to half of what the coordinators have mobilized. So you should clap for the coordinators at least. I'm not hearing Asante Sana, there are no LDU recruits here. So the total amount of money that was collected was 154,709,000 shillings. As I was traveling in, I heard that when the ES said 154 million, people said, what? We won't react until the accountability comes. Here it is. Details of expenditure. I will be running it through very fast. You will look at the items, then you look at the budget estimate for 2020, then the actual expenditure, then the same estimate for 2023. Because you're supposed to project at least the duration of a year in accounting. So, are we all here? NEC meeting, board meeting, coordinators forum, NEC, and board of trustees, secretariat meetings, committee meetings, NEC. Are we there? The subtotal, we are expected to spend 71 million shillings, 650,000 shillings only. But money that has been spent is 2,150,000 shillings out of 71 million shillings. I think they have spent like 0.001 of that one. So you'll scrutinize through it. Like the next meeting, out of 9 million shillings of meeting expenses on meals, they have spent 1.2 million shillings. All the meetings I've been having. You look at secretariat meetings, 150. Committee meetings, next, there's the appointment committee, finance committee, and the rest, 800,000 shillings. So we'll be running through very fast. Activities. We expected to have these activities, the regional debates of 18 sub-regions. I believe the coordinators have seen these inductions happening already. The institutions of higher learning, I don't think it is entirely in your docket. Sanitary pads and scholastic materials distribution. Regional conferences on school health and education, HIV and ATC. Web designing, international and internal trips for the NEC. Mid-term council, monitoring and evaluation of projects, inter-guild council, press conferences, TV talk shows, radio talk shows, adverts, tree planting project, staff appraisal, and office of the president. Office of the president, not the president of Uganda, the president of UNSA. The assurances are there. Let's run through. The regional debates that are supposed to happen in the 18 sub-regions of this country. Out of 90 million shillings that has been budgeted for it, only 2 million shillings have been spent. And this has been on facilitating they call them adjudicators? The adjudicators who travel to there and standing in here and there for the activities that are going to be on ground. Then sanitary pads and scholastic materials. You see, I've spent 2 million shillings. This has basically been around things like having preparatory meetings, because this National Executive Committee believes that after running its back to school campaign, you're welcome, Dogo. After running its back to school campaign, they realized that the girls are the most vulnerable in this story. And I've embarked on distributing close to 1 million reusable sanitary pads. Not even government has done that. Hey, you don't clap. You don't love girls in this country. When they're dropping out, it's your happiness. So it has embarked on distributing more than 1 million reusable sanitary pads. It has had 2 preparatory meetings and preparing for a very big official launch. So they budgeted for 1 billion shillings, but I've spent 2 million shillings. The 8 regional conferences on school, health, education, and HIV. I don't know, that activity is basically on SHR and telling you to abstain and keep away, because if you again die as a student, or when you prepare for death as a student, then that means this wound has not done its job to keep you safe. They will keep talking to you. You might be knowing, but there are those people in Kapelebyong, Amuria, who don't know. So out of 150 million shillings for the 8 regional conferences, they have spent 2 million shillings. Web designing. Web designing is a website. Having a website with a database of what UNSA consists of. I want to thank, where is the publicist? Amuka. I want to thank the publicist secretary of UNSA. He has had a very tough engagement. Has always been on my neck. Please, please, please let the web come up. And I believe there is progress. We are designing a website that will consist, of all projects that are being talked about. That's okay. That have been talked about. All our coordinators' profile. They say you're Mr. Kugonza from here with your photo and details and contact. So that when you're in this, when you're in these regions, you don't look like a masquerader. Maybe a database of NEC members who have been around, so that when you ever click on the web, you see Rugumayo Roy Kusemererwa 2022-2023 NEC member. It's a nice one. Musa has never had that, or it have had. So ours is to make sure what we do goes out to the public. So out of 2 million shillings, we have spent 1.2 million shillings. And a gentleman had promised to come here to sample. I don't know whether he's around today. And that's what I'm talking about. Tangible accountability, not reading figures. If there is anything that I'm reading and you believe has not happened, record. International trips and internal trips for the NEC members. The Office of the International Affairs budgeted for 150 million shillings for these trips. It is important that you benchmark. I know when you hear international, you're going to say it is luxury. But the policy of Nduguzim and advocacy, if you're a real true Pan-African, you know that the problems of the students are the same over and over, all over the country. So out of the 150 million shillings, they have spent 25 million shillings. And I believe the president in his report, he will break down those trips on who has gone where and what did they achieve as they went there. The midterm council, where you are. The office of the speaker has worked tirelessly to make sure the event is on. And earlier that they estimated for 50 million shillings for the midterm council, and that involved staying here longer in terms of accommodation and all that. But on realizing that we are getting constrained, they have spent to a tone of 34 million shillings. Mine is to pay. Thank you. Monitoring and evaluation of projects. That hasn't been done. You needed 20 million shillings. That is when you monitor. Okay, you had midterm council. What did you achieve? That's important in accountability. Inter-guild council that happened in Gulu. They had budgeted for 50 million shillings, but they spent 5 million shillings. Those who were there know whether it was worth the 5 million or no. Press conferences. I believe you have, every time you turn on your TV these days, you hear something about UNSA. Yes. Of course, you are proud of that. Before you used to say, you go, who is UNSA? You first explain like 3 minutes. What do you do? Eh? First write a memo and come back. Now, we've been having a couple of press conferences. Out of the 5 million shillings budgeted, the Publicity Secretary has effectively used this money to 4.2 million. Talk shows. Out of the 5 million shillings budgeted, you've seen them use 2 million. We've been on a couple of talk shows. And I believe even this is out of expenditure, people have been going just on invitation. Radio talk shows, out of 5 million, 1 million shillings. Adverts in New Vision and Monitor, 5 million, nothing has been spent. Tree planting project. It is prudent that the ecosystem and environment is key. So this leadership has looked at spending close to 200 million shillings in tree planting project, and that involves distributing of seedlings to everybody. I mean to every district, through the district coordinators, to make sure they plant some of these long-living things, so that every time in a school they say, this is a Wunsa tree near the Wunsa compound. Because I've gone to school and I've seen Wunsa triangles. Welcome to Wunsa. Perfect. They have spent 300,000 shillings in trying to mobilize partners. I think Coordinator Kizito is very key in this, mobilizing partners to help them move. Staff appraisal and reorganization. That is for the coordinators basically, and for the staff at UNSA. Because for us as NEC members, we're not staff. Ours is to basically give proposals and go and read. They had looked at 12 million shillings and 2 million has been spent. Office of the President. And I was saying these are assurances. The President of UNSA in this term of office is specifically looking at regionalizing as he campaigns, isn't it? Going to everybody, engaging for every problem to make sure they solve some and a better more. They have looked at 150 million shillings and only 1.6 million has been spent. Let's be looking at the subtotals, so they help us to go. Here the expected expenditure is 1.8 billion, 940 million only. The spent is 82 million and 300,000 shillings. National celebrations. There's the NRA Liberation Day. I don't know what they do, but most importantly, they thank a team of people for taking over the state. So they had a budget of 15 million shillings. Unfortunately, only 1.2 million shillings were spent. A team of those who are happy went in T-shirts and marched. Women's Day. That is the day when we celebrate our women of this nation, and most especially the girl child. We had budgeted 15 million shillings, but only 2 million shillings were spent. Heroes Day, 15 million shillings, none. Independence Day, none. Those days I think have not yet come. International Students Day, 15 million shillings. By then, only 250,000 shillings were spent. World AIDS Day, the budget of 15 million shillings, no coin was spent. The expected expenditure is 90 million shillings. Only 3.450 was spent. Allowances. Yeah, NEC, sitting allowances, and transport. And then the same column, there is monthly allowance for your NEC members to have airtime to call you, to ask you for the problems they're facing. Yes, don't I call you people always? We call you to engage with you, to know on who is being impeached tomorrow, no? BOT, sitting allowances, committee meetings of BOT allowances. That's Board of Trustees. The sitting and transport allowances for the NEC members was budgeted at 24 million shillings, and only 6.750 million shillings was spent. The monthly NEC allowances out of the 14, each of them receives 200 in a month to help them look better and engage with you, as I said. It is at 33,600,000 shillings, 11.2 million shillings have been spent, meaning we have paid them up like May, don't say April, it's here, May. The BOT sitting allowances, they have never sat. Committee meetings of BOT, they have never sat. That's 6 million, 9 million. So out of 73 million, we had 17 million shillings has been spent. Now you see, the former next used to be around at the end of the year, and they start saying, we can't leave until you pay us all. This one won't say that because by the time they're going, we'll be at zero obligation. So if they come back to the next neck, please chase them away, because they'll be done with the obligation. Secretariat staff monthly allowances, we call it allowances because it's not salary. Because if it is salary, really, would you pay the executive secretary 1 million shillings? No, for the lot of work that he does. So the ES is supposed to receive, as per the new expectations, you know, everywhere now is expectant since you never tied a queue on in the secondary schools. 36 million, he has only received 4 million shillings. The office secretary stroke administrator who is there to receive files here and there, out of 12 million shillings, has received only 2 million shillings. The accounts clerk, you know that for me, I'm a civil engineer by profession, now again doing procurement. I don't know these things very well. So the accounts clerk is supposed to always put these things together. Mine is to pay. Accounts clerk is supposed to receive 12 million shillings in a year, but of course, since we have not yet recruited, I think the new employment menu will allow that for that. They've paid none. The driver, supposed to receive 6 million in the entire year, has received 1 million shillings. The one who drives that van. The regional coordinators, of course now, with the regionalization of our activities, as we have said, we are looking at giving the regional coordinators allowances to carry on with the activities. And that will be 30 million shillings for the 4 regions. So you divide. We have not given any because after the amendments are done today, maybe we can have them in place and start paying. Office operation. Oh, sorry. Here the subtotal is we're supposed to spend 96 million shillings, only 11 million shillings have been spent. Office operation. Telephone expenses. Expected to spend 6 million, we have spent 1.2 million. Repair and service of computers, we are supposed to use 2 million, we have spent only 300,000 shillings. Toner of cartridges, those things are not for all of us, so you can Google. You can say I'm putting my own things in this thing, so you'll be Googling. Toner of cartridges, I don't know it very well. It's supposed to be 3.6 million, we spent 300,000 shillings. Purchase of office scanner and photocopier, because for a long time, you'll be seeing Musa run, or photocopy for me, print, really. This time it will stop. The expenditure here is 10 million shillings to make sure those things are in place. And we save more, because when you spend 10 million shillings at once, instead of spending 30 million shillings in a year in printing and binding, it's better. Staff tea, that is at 5,200,000 shillings, but only 200,000 shillings have been spent. It means they have been percolating dry water and sugar maybe all along. Yeah. We thank you so much, Mr. ES, for being resilient. Lunch. They have budgeted the lunch at 10,400,000 shillings for the entire year, but I've spent 4.5 million shillings. Furniture. Furniture is funny because they had budgeted for 500,000 shillings, but 1.2 million shillings have been spent. Meaning in financing, we say we appropriated from somewhere to some here. Now, maybe somehow during accounting, they will pick from telephone expenses to there. It's because you can think you're going to spend 500,000 shillings to buy a seat, to go to the market, and they tell you it is 1 million shillings, and it's a need. So you will have to outsource, put it in place, and make sure things are on one page. Purchase of office computers, 4.5 million shillings, we didn't purchase any. By good luck, the ministry gave us 3 or 4 new computers. Yes. So we clap for the ministry. So this one is saved money. In case there's a student who has failed to pay tuition in your school, you call us, we can give them that one. Newspapers, dailies, 1.8 million shillings. We have spent nothing. That means now we have gone.com, we use our phones. But really, for record, we'll start buying box files, 1.5 million shillings. Nothing has been spent on that. Purchase of 10 new office chairs. It was supposed to be 1.8, 25,000 shillings, but only 360,000 shillings has been spent. Visit the office and see these things. If they are new or old, then you will project well. Stationery. This year, we don't want stationery, as I see. So in the next financial year, whose budget you will approve and pass in December, they will spend 45 million shillings, not us. Motor vehicle, UNSA. Repair, spare parts, and etc., 10 million shillings. That is for the van. That is the only vehicle that UNSA has. The rest use border borders to locate wherever they are going. I pray that maybe the next team really thinks of getting 2 or 3 vehicles for the Secretariat. But the problem is people will fight for them and they drive and break them down at the end of the day. So only 550,000 shillings has been spent. Maintenance and service, out of 5 million shillings, 900,000 shillings has been spent. When we came into office, that vehicle was not moving. It was parked in a very nice position at 90 degrees to the wall, and it couldn't do anything. So I told the ES, what is the problem? Can this thing move? I said, okay, let's try to maneuver and make it move. So the subtotal is 45 million shillings, only 1.7 million shillings has been spent. Debts. Those days when you're in office, every 10 minutes someone is calling or coming in to ask for their debt. Mathematical sets. There is a bounced check that a given NEC issued. 20 million shillings, and they took UNSA to court, and UNSA lost the case. This NEC has said it will pay. It will not be like the others who said they won't pay in the previous debt. Former staff, there are people like the former ESCs. One time, Mr. Polot said in my ears that really I've worked for the organization. The coordinators who have been retiring, they have worked for the organization. We have 10 million shillings here for you. We shall cry together to see how we appropriate. None has been spent. There's a raw food debt of 2011 National Students' Council. Once I went there for a council, borrowed food, and they ran away. So from 2011 up to now, there are like 11 years, we are still paying. It is 10 million shillings, none has been paid. Sundry creditors, stock suppliers, those are poor suppliers, things, maybe on credit. 10 million shillings, none has been paid. AGM. I think this AGM should be under debts and elections. This is it was a mismatch. It's supposed to be under a center column alone. That is AGM and elections. That's what we expect to have. That is food, accommodation, transport, hire of cars, etc. throughout the year. That is 250 million shillings that they exactly expect that you will spend. So out of 300 million shillings you expect to spend here, only 5 million shillings have been spent. And we say glory to God. Others, I think this is a repetition now. The AGM is here at others. Sorry, you can withdraw it from there. AGM and national elections, 250 million shillings, none has been spent. We still expect that things will be the same. Unless prices increase, they will spend the same money in the next election. General transport expenses. That is, you're going where they have invited you to Nakapiripirit as a president. You want to run. Is it a school is here? The ES has been invited to ministry. He has to run. It's at 100 million shillings, but only 2 million shillings has been spent. UNSA branded t-shirts. I kept on moving around and we said, okay, the coordinators are not very smart. In fact, we're not. If you had the branded t-shirts now, it would be all on corporate wares. They've budgeted for 50 million shillings for all the coordinators and staff. And I see here I've spent 99,000 shillings in mobilizing, I think, for the suppliers and having in place designs of the embroidery to make sure we have those wares in place. Corporate wares for the neck, I just 3 million shillings. But really, we'll amend it from here. We'll increase it so that the coordinators also have, sindio, kila mtu, why the neck only? In fact, you people first, then them next. So I think within the times you will allow the finance committee will amend that one so that everybody else has, the coordinators team. Our delegates, T-shirts can work. Really.
Honorable member, sorry for interjecting with your speech again. I do not have that copy on my that page on my copy. Please, ushers, pass it on if it is there.
1,000 apologies. Really, how would the speaker like this copy? They want to dismiss me from the job. Hello. Fanya raka raka. Before it comes, I won't talk. Okay. So we're on others, Madam Speaker. The last page. Leave the summary. There is a last page. You see, I want to go slowly on this thing because this is the main reason as to why you're here. You might be thinking, you don't want speeches, you want figures, and I'm reading them. So, do you have it now?
Not yet.
Okay.
You can proceed.
Thank you. So I was at a corporate where I said you'll allow the finance committee to sit and amend this. And we accommodate for every coordinator, the over 130, and our NEC members. I think it is fair enough. In fact, they should have base because they go to more offices. It is hard to keep saying, where's your ID? Where are you from? Get out. Then again, come back and say, but I am there. No. Really, that will stop. Remittances. And that is the money we expected to be sending back to the district on the percentage will come. It is 1.5 billion shillings. But these remittances are not very uniform because the districts that really have fewer schools and that. So let's say Mukono. Mukono can have remittance of, let's say out of 100 schools, they can have remittance of 50 million. Then Kapelabiong has 3 million. So Kapelabiong not come here and say, you said remittance is 1.5 billion, all of us are receiving the same. No. But again, wise as we are, we have said that we want to empower the young district. Even if you only 3 million shillings, I can pledge that if you send your work plan and we can squeeze from anywhere, we can support your activities. And that is where the issue of let's have a copy of your work plan. To know that Tororo has failed because they are expected to spend 20 million shillings, but they only have 5 million shillings. So how can we help? Do we give them more 5 or ask them to pause? So we have remitted close to 10 million shillings. Yes, to the districts. The coordinators are here. Refunds. This is when maybe you expect that some students even pay their tuition on UNSA. There's a student of Makere who's paid her money on UNSA account and what. So when they come, you really have to be a loyal person and give them back. So we've given out close to 1.5 million shillings. We expected to have over 5 million shillings of those errors. And these people are there and are living testimonies. If you want, you can trace them. Legal expenses. That is going to court. When enemies take us to court, we go and fight them back as well. So we have expected to spend 40 million shillings on the enemies, or even as well, we can take others to court. Yeah. The universities like KIU, which have never paid, we are coming. We will discuss. Emergencies. That is anything happening around really, I can't explain. 40 million shillings, zero has been spent. Bank charges. Withdraw, send to Mbale, money. So out of the entire expenditure, it has been looked at as 50 million shillings for those bank charges. But of course, those ones, you can't lie over them. At the end of the day, the statements will be clear. The auditors will know how much has been exactly spent, but none has been recorded for now. Though there are some bank charges that have already been spent on. I think those are monthly charges and all that. Buying a motor vehicle. Really, I've been saying that the ES moves on the border to go to ministry. He arrives when, if you had hair like me, you'd be arriving when the hair is organized already. And since for him he has no hair, he arrives like he's from a vehicle, but when he has used the border. So we want to extend close to 50 million shillings to see if we can buy a vehicle, whether even it is a drone. You know, drones, to not be for collecting you people, but for at least accepting us to do a little bit of work. So nothing has been spent. Purchase of 5 motorcycles for the regional coordinators. Fast. The president promised you people. For us, we don't promise a lot. So we want to purchase. I remember at the time the president of this country promised the coordinators motorcycles, right? And I keep saying, when your campaign, please follow up on the pledge. Now for us, we are robust. This team will set the ball rolling by first giving the regional coordinators motorcycles. From there, sub-regional into districts. Asante. So that is our expected expenditure. So on others, you have a subtotal of over 2 billion, 118 million shillings only. So the grand total is 4.7 billion. Is it 4 billion? 780 million shillings, 375,000 shillings only. That is the money that this Munster team and you expect to spend if they collect subscription worth this amount of money. Even in the previous next that used to collect 20 million, I used to get budgets of 1 billion, 500 million. So I said, okay, why do you budget for 1 billion when you're not going to collect it? So for us, God willingly, if 4 billion shillings is collected, this is how it will be spent. And I would gladly say that with those expenditures I've told you, 154 million, 709,000 shillings has been spent by the organization. You'd clap at least. So there's an explanatory note on expenditure for the budget that quickly show you on how these breakdowns have been spent. You might be hearing NEC meeting, what, so you go and say NEC meetings. If it is a breakdown, you say 50,000 times 20 people, that is times 8 meetings, 8 million. That it helps you to understand what exactly was spent. Because even here, you know, there is that evaluation of how much we expect to spend on every head of a person here. Maybe you want to eat food of 25,000, see a screen of 5,000. Even watching is not free in this country. Listen to music. Maybe they say every head is being spent on 30,000 shillings. So those expenditures are here. So you can run through them. You can run through them and understand them. And if there are any questions, really, I'll be glad to respond to them at the time where need be. Otherwise, thank you so much for coming. I didn't expect to get such numbers. God bless you so much. Continue advocating for subscription. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, the Secretary for Finance at Uganda National Student Association. I think we've all read the reports. Hope you've been noting down where there's an issue, and where it is not, it is okay. We're going to have time for reactions or questions or anything arising from this report. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Dean of Students, Uganda Christian University, Madam Bridget. You can stand up for recognition. Welcome her. Like I said, we have the chairperson, Uganda National Youth Council, and whom we have even on our agenda. He's already in the house. Mr. Eru, you can stand up for recognition. We have the Dean of Students, Cavendish University, is also in the house. You can also stand up for recognition. I've seen some NEC members of the former executive committee. Please, you can wave to the students' fraternity of the 2022-2023 regime. You can wave. Oh yes, I wanted to recognize the presence of my predecessor, Right Honorable Kamakune Beatrice. I think she has just moved out for a moment, but please pass that information to her. We've had the speech from the National Secretary for Finance, and we were supposed to have the speech for the President next. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. But I would wish to pass on a humble request that after his speech, we bring in because we had agreed that after his speech, we bring in reactions. But then we've got a concern from the secretary, from the chairperson, National Youth Council, that from here he's going somewhere. So I would request that we give him time after the speech of the president. He passes on his speech or his information or his statement, and he leaves. Is that okay, members? Okay, thank you for agreeing with me. We're going to have a speech from our president of the 2022-2023 UNSA, the UNSA that we want, that we are yearning for, that we have now. Please, Chairperson. President, take the floor. You know he's a smart man. You can see him. Thank you. Start from there. You can twist it. You see, he's taller than...
Thank you, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Vice President of Uganda National Students Association, and the NEC members, my brother, the Chairperson-elect, National Youth Council, Jacob Yeru, and the staff from various institutions, Executive Secretary, coordinators of various districts, my comrades, the guild presidents, guild speakers, and students leaders from high institutions of learning, the district chairpersons, speakers, and female affairs, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, please. My name is Welunga Yusuf. I'm also a student like you. I'm a student of law at Islamic University in Uganda, IU main campus, Mbale. And I'm finishing my exams on Tuesday. That's why I even came in late. But I've been keenly following. I've been seeing Madam Speaker recognizing quite a big number of people. But I'm sure the bosses have not been introduced. So allow me first introduce and I recognize the presence of our bosses. Let's have the delegates from Eastern region, together with all their coordinators from East. Just stand up for recognition. All delegates from East and your coordinators. Thank you very much. You can take a seat. Let's have all delegates from Central and their coordinators. stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. Let's have all delegates from Western Uganda and all coordinators. Thank you very much. Let's have all delegates from Northern Uganda and all coordinators. Thank you very much. Let's have the delegates from certificate stroke diploma awarding institutions. Just stand up if you come from that institution. Thank you. Let's have delegates from universities only in Central. Thank you. Universities in West. Thank you. Universities in East. Thank you. And universities in North. Then after introducing our bosses, I now introduce the NEC members. Please stand up for recognition. The other one is called Fashimana. He's the one in charge of national affairs. You can wave. Next to him is called Dr. Odur Felix, in charge of international affairs. Wave. Next is Dr. Asimwe Hilary, in charge of female affairs. Next is Siema Tukunda, Assistant General Secretary. Next is my boss, the Vice President, Julia Muhumza. Recently you saw an advert. She's the best and brilliant student currently in the whole country, whether you like it or you don't like it. Next is Kipea Dennis, in charge of publications. Then the General Secretary here at the table, Rugumayo Roy Kusemererwa, and the Deputy Speaker. Then the Speaker is outside and Secretary of Finance. The Speaker is the other side. Yes, thank you. And Finance, I think he has moved out. Thank you very much. I had to begin with you, the bosses, and the NEC members, because you are the reason why we have this council, and you are the reason why we are here to serve you. Thank you. Before I give my brief report, because I don't want to prolong, I was told that when the Deputy Speaker talked of amending the Constitution, there was chaos. We think that we want to amend this Constitution to keep ourselves in power. No. And they were telling me that you were saying, you want to be like the other regime, the other regime. I don't know which regime you're referring to. This amendment of the Constitution actually is favoring the students' fraternity. So when that item comes up, I pray you look into it and do the needful. There is a need to have disabled students being represented. They are not represented. There is also a need I've seen, but they have not also included it there. There is a need to have online elections in times of calamities. Remember what happened the other time? The other regime spent almost 3 years in the office because of COVID-19. And we were advocating for online voting, but it was not provided for. Suppose another COVID-19 comes up in November, and the president says no more schooling. Then we shall also be in office for more than 5 years. Simbajo, you remember what we did. So I think it is for you to have that online voting in case of any calamity. Let this NEC not stay in office. Once the 1 year goes off, let them disappear and we do. So you should think of that. That is also to favor you and other amendments. So when that item comes up, appreciate it before you hit it. Thank you. Right Honor, the Chief Guest, the Vice Chancellor of UCU, all invited guests in your various capacities, NEC members, Executive Secretary and coordinators, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to welcome all of you to this council and thank the Vice Chancellor, Uganda Christian University, for accepting to host us. Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, for coordinating with all the delegates of this council to ensure that people are here today. My report will contain activities that we have done in 6 months of our tenure, as well as the challenges faced in the same period. But I will not read every word because of time. I'll be just talking of points. There was election and inauguration of the 32nd council, which happened, we had elections on 4th November, and we entered office on 2nd of December. But the year, we count from January to December. That's when our tenure must come to an end, and another regime is ushered in. And we shall make sure as NEC, no more extension of our time. 1 year, 1 year. Let another regime takes over. What we have not done in that period, it means we cannot do. Let's disappear, another regime takes over. We shall do that. Trip to Tanzania for East African Youth Parliament. Our Vice President and Secretary of Finance represented the students of Uganda in Tanzania. And the good information we have that the Vice President was even elected to be the clerk of the East African Youth Parliament. So we have a representation at the regional level. Career guidance, we have done some, but there's been a number of engagements here and there. So we are to revive this career guidance beginning, I think, July or August. We are to have sub-regional career guidance. Sub-regional career guidance under the office of the president. Why we want this career guidance is to give the students the advice on what they have to take, what they have to do. Apart from being at school, what else can a student do to become a job creator, not only becoming a job seeker? We recognize the arrival of Mr. Yes.
Madam Speaker, we recognize the arrival of the representative of the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education. He is the Commissioner in charge Higher Education Department, Mr. Mukwata Mpola. I think I know only that name. The other one, you'll excuse me. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, please. So this career guidance at sub-regional level, we don't want things only to be done at Kampala. UNSA is not for Kampala. UNSA is for every student in this country. So we are going to the sub-region, not even region, so that these sub-region, the students in these sub-regions gain and benefit from these programs. And among the facilitators, if we identify some good students who can speak, we shall add you on the panel of the facilitators. Like the other day when we were in East, in Jinja, with Honorable Doi, the youth MP of Eastern Region, we identified some 2 students from Iganga, Fashimana, Iganga what? Yeah, there's a school in Iganga. We got some 2 female students. They are good, they can speak. So we promised the patron that once we start career guidance, we shall have them on the panel, and we move with them. Even coordinators help us, because we shall also put you on the facilitators. Help us give career guidance to these students. So you also help us to identify for us some good students who can speak. We don't only want to have MPs. Let's also have these students together with the MPs to talk to their colleagues. So even you, good president, we shall come to you if we appreciate that you can speak. Okay? Then we had a study trip to Juba, where the president, the finance, and the general secretary went to South Sudan to engage the students' leadership that side. And during our visitation to Sudan, we were able to convince the authorities in the Ministry of Education in South Sudan to pardon, because remember there was it's called what, Rugumayo? The punishment they had put on the University of Juba. So the guild of Juba, the University of Juba was not allowed to have the guild leadership for quite a long time. So our going there, we intervened, we engaged the officials in the Ministry of Education, and as we speak, The university is now having the guild leadership. They accepted our position and they're having that guild leadership. International Students' Day celebrations, they have talked of that. Fully falls in the docket of Honorable Odur Felix. We did it. I remember by the time we had this, we were a very broke association, even had what we used. But I think this time around, I don't know, this time around, Honorable Odur, let's have it and mobilize students. Let's have Kororo. Please help us, we have it at Kororo. Let every school send us some representatives. I want it to be very big, not like the other one we had the other time. National Executive Committee meetings, yes, we have done this. That's why out of these meetings, you are having this council. Because no one decided, let's have this council, but it was through the resolutions and the discussion in the NEC meetings, thus we have this. And all whatever we have done is because we have had frequent engagements as NEC. Trip to Accra, Ghana. Yeah, we had a trip to Ghana where all students leaders, the presidents of all students associations in the continent, and one met in Ghana, Accra, to do the elections. Unfortunately, our finance was contesting at continental level, but by the time we reached, UNSA had a lot of debts. They couldn't allow us to participate. Actually, these debts, they are traced back since 2010. So we have a lot of debts and they are paid in dollars. So we are unable to participate in these elections. But we are trying to pay so that the new regime, when you come in to go for these elections, you will not be blocked like it happened to us. You participate and you get these positions at continental levels. Participation in national and international days celebrations. Yes, you have heard him talking of NRA. He asked what they do. I also don't know what they do. But we have all these celebrations to enable us appreciate where the country has come from, where the history has come from, and where we are going. So we have all these celebrations. The last one we had was in Bukedea, where we mobilized students leaders in Bukedea, and we had together with the Uganda AIDS Commission. Keeping schools safe and open during campaign. When the ministry had just opened the schools, we anticipated that you never know another COVID might come. So we rolled out, we partnered with the Ministry of Health to have this program run, advocating that even if another COVID comes, let us have these schools open and safe. And we also advocated, we engaged the ministry, asked the ministry to take the vaccines to school so that the students who were not vaccinated can be vaccinated while at school. And the ministry responded. I remember some universities, guild presidents, asking us that we have seen vaccines, what do we do? So we're telling you to mobilize students. This was through the engagement from UNSA and the ministry officials and the Ministry of Education that helped us to link us to these ministry officials of health. Stood with the students in their struggles. Yes, we have been there for students. There's a saga of Makerere that strike they had, where a certain student even lost fingers. We have seen students in Gulu one being shot. We have seen struggles in West Nile. We even reached on the ground. We have seen strikes in West. So we have been there with the students. And there are also those who demonstrated the other day, were even arrested, even without notifying us. You begin your struggle, you go on the street, you demonstrate, they arrest you, now you call UNSA. We are in custody, come and help us. But because we are there for students, we have no option. We have to come in and help. There are those who were arrested at Parliamentary Avenue. We had to go there and engage the security officials to those students who engaged the authorities to be assisted, to be granted bail. And later on, they were granted that bail. But still, I'm asking you students, demonstrating is good. I have no objection to that, provided you have utilized all the available avenues and failed. You have the good leadership. First engage the good leadership in school. If it fails, go to the dean of students. If it fails, go to the head teacher or the vice chancellor. If they fail, engage UNSA. UNSA will also engage the ministry officials in the Ministry of Education and Sport. Now, if all those avenues fail, now you go for strike. But again, for us, as students, we make a strike to be the priority, the first option, before these other avenues. I think that is a very wrong trend to take. Let's first explore the available avenues before you think of strikes, because strikes are very disastrous. Like the other brother of mine who is at Makerere, I am told he's here, the one who lost the fingers. Where are you? That brother of ours is now lame. He lost fingers because of strikes. Not that he was in the struggle also striking, you know. For him, he had gone for classes. He came back to the room, he got a canister, a tear gas canister on his bed. So he wants to pick and throws it away. The thing exploded and he lost the fingers. So he's now suffering because of the strikes. So guild leaders, you should be leaders, and students leaders. Strike shouldn't be a priority. Let's first explore the available avenues. But on that, we have appreciated that the ministry, the security officials are using firearms anyhow. We petitioned the office of the speaker in parliament, and we proposed it to the speaker. Let the parliament come up with a bill preventing or stopping security officials from using live ammunitions and explosive canisters within schools. They received, but as you know, I don't know why, they have not worked upon that bill. Even the other day when we went back to meet the deputy speaker, we told him, Mr. Speaker, we wrote this petition, but up to now we have never received anything. He said that since it was addressed to the speaker, I will engage a meeting with the speaker, go and meet the speaker, not me. So they are running away from it. We even wrote to the office of the minister, to the office of the Minister of Education, wanted that attention with the Minister of Education to present these views, but we have never been given attention to meet the Minister of Education. I'm happy the representative of the PS is here. Students of this country have a lot of challenges, but they want to engage the minister physically and present these challenges, but we have failed to have the minister's attention. Please, Mr. Mkwatampola, with due respect, we humbly pray, engage for us a meeting with the First Lady. We need to present these issues to her. Because where do we go? Do you want us to, even if we go to parliament, they told us, but you have the Minister of Education. They always push us back. Why do we run to other ministries for assistance when we have the Minister of Education? And we need the minister herself, because we have made the PS. Now we want the minister. So help us, and we meet the minister. These students have issues they want to present to her. Why should we be blocked? Thank you. Back to school campaign. Before that, still Mr. Mkwatampola, I will also humbly pray, through your office, make a follow-up on that petition we took to Parliament. Because again, we have lost a student in Western Uganda who was shot. Security officials have gone ahead to use live ammunitions in schools. If a student is demonstrating, why do you, it really beats my understanding. Why do you shoot with live blades? Why do you take canisters even in the hostels? Now, like that brother of ours who is now lame. So that bill should come out as soon as possible. For us, we have been so peaceful people. We didn't want to mobilize students to come and demonstrate on the streets, though we can, but we don't want to go that direction. We will tell them, no, let's explore the available avenues. But mobilizing them within a minute, 20, let's go, we shall come and storm the Ministry of Education or departments. We don't want to go that direction. Please help us. Back to school campaign. Yeah, we've run this campaign. We moved quite a number of places to mobilize those students who had not come back to school. And we have appreciated. Somehow, a big number has come back to school. But again, during our movement, we met some female students who were not at school. And we were asking them, why are you not at school? Some were telling us, we are not at school because during our periods, we find it hard to get the sanitary materials to be at school. So some of us, we end up not attending classes. Now imagine finishing the whole week minus going to school. The other day when you go, they will cane you for not being at school. So we find it really perturbing, and we've decided to leave. Others were telling us, for us, the moment we experienced it, our parents thought we have grown up. So they just want to marry us off. So it really took our attention, and we are planning to have a campaign on donation of sanitary towels to these female students in the whole country. Once that program is ready for the launch, you will be informed, and all of the students we shall meet and do the launch of this campaign to help these students. And even give the trainings to them so that they can learn how to make reusable sanitary towels. So that even if we are not there to give again, they have got the skills they can make on their own. We go by that proverb. You should not give man fish, but you should teach man how to. Thank you. Media talk shows. Yes, we have had quite a number of these talk shows. Yesterday, the speaker and finance, they were on a talk show. The other day, vice president and colleagues were on NBS. We have had these talk shows, because by the time we came, I don't know where UNSA was, but we said, no, let's bring this session back. Let's have it, give it the visibility. Through the Office of Publicity, he has helped us so much to have these talk shows, and we are to have more of them. Even some, we shall be giving you, the student leaders, to go and talk. We want to have that sub-regional engagements. It will be you. Just secure a talk show any time on a given radio, and we call a given president, a given speaker, a given chairperson in that district. You go and talk on this stuff on our behalf. We need to empower the students' leaders. Meeting with the various stakeholders. Yes, we have done this. We have met ministerial officials from Ministry of Education, and they have really been parents to us. We really appreciate Mr. Mkwatampola. We appreciate the support from the Ministry of Education. Still, take our appreciation to the PS, our appreciation to the Minister of Education. We appreciate that support she has given us, though we need that physical interface with her. We've met the Minister of ICT. He promised a lot of things when we met. Some have been done, some have not been done, like the issue of reduction on data charges. Because we're saying most of the students we are doing online learning, but data is still expensive. You load the 1 GB within 5 seconds, they will say so far you have used 90%. So yeah, where has this thing gone? So we told the minister, as the Minister of IT, intervene and said, I will handle that. I'm with the team. But up to now, I think he's still engaging his technocrats. With time, this will be worked upon. We engaged the Minister of East African Affairs, the Right Honorable Alitwala Kadaga, on challenges students face when they are crossing the borders. When we went to Juba, we didn't fly. We went by road. So we wanted to appreciate the challenges students face at the border. We had whatever supports us that we are students. We had documents from the Ministry of Education. We had the IDs. But those people at the borders, they don't want to know. Their language is one, go and pay. So we appreciate those challenges. Even those who went to Tanzania, like Vice President, they went by road. They appreciate these challenges. So when we got these challenges, we went to the Ministry of East African Affairs, and we proposed to her, Madam Minister, since we have seen these challenges students facing, most of those who come study from Uganda, those who go study from other countries, find challenges to cross. Through your docket and your other fellow ministers in the other countries, let's propose to have the establishment of students' desk at the border. So that once a student comes, he will just present his documents and is cleared and he goes. Not again to make me go make a line. You pay this money. I don't have money. I am purely a student. So she promised, and maybe we need to remind her to effect this thing, because we really need this student's desk at the border. Then also, on that institution should charge the same money of these international students. We have been seeing a Malawian studying in Uganda will be told to pay much money than Welunga, who is a Ugandan. But we are all Africans. Why do you make me pay more, when I'm also an African? So we proposed to the minister this, can we have a regulation on this so that all pay the same amount? And I'm told through the efforts of the Vice President and International Affairs, today, all students in public institutions, they are paying the same amount. I'm told it is there. Is it true, good President? It is true. Public institutions. Yes. Market rate is in effect. Chambogo? Yes. Pay that what? More amount than we Ugandans. No, that's bad. Then Guru University, La PM. Okay. Busitema, the same. The same. Even private institutions, the same. At least I know, I come from IU. So, Madam Vice President and International Affairs, please help us. Why should we be charged much when we are all Africans? That is the same which happens in Kenya. If a Ugandan goes to Kenya, we will be told to pay much money than Kenyans. Please help us. We need to pay the same amount. Thank you. So, I've tasked those two. If that was not affected, run to them, Odur and Julia. They are the ones to handle that. We have also had engagements with the National Youth Council. That's why I'm so humbled that our brother Jacob here is here. And in our meeting we had with the National Council, there was a rumor. I don't know whether it was rumor, because it was even in the newspaper, those who read New Vision some time back, that the government was proposing to scrap off UPE and USE. It was in the newspapers. When we read this, we had quickly to convene a meeting with the NYC. And we resolved in that meeting that we must have a one position of no scrapping off UPE and USE. And we had to engage the ministry officials. That was our position, and we took it. As I speak, when the president came the other day to address during the State of the Nation address, you heard him clearly saying, UPE and USE free. Because of the efforts we put up. Because we told these ministry officials, don't see us, because you're seeing 12 from UNSA, 12 from NYC, you think we are free. UNSA will mobilize its 15 million students. NYC will mobilize the biggest youth in this country, and we shall storm the State House. They listened. They listened. And that's why the president came out and said, no. No. So we appreciate the collaboration with my brother Jacob. Thank you very much. Scholarships. We have tried as the UNSA, the 32nd NEC, to give scholarships, to lobby scholarships, to okubazigirira scholarships, so that you study. When we had just come in office, we engaged the ministry officials. I'm so humbled. That desk in charge of JAB. They gave us a slot and we mobilized students. When we just come in office, and over 60 students were taken to UICT Nakawa to study. They are studying as I speak. And yesterday, the other week, they were telling me, we have got 1 million from government. Every person was happy in my inbox. Do we have some students who are at UICT who went in that program? If you are here. Yes. Stand up. What is your name? Who? Jennifer, eh? You got 1 million. So you are the happiest lady now. You see? So we 60 students, at least we shared even a good present. You saw that in our platform. They are at UICT Nakawa studying. And we didn't ask any money from them. Some thought we were maybe fooling them. So just send, even if you're in Karamoja, don't come. Send your documents. And they sent their documents. It is us who even incurred the cost of printing them out, took them, and they got the scholarships. We have also been told that there are scholarships in Russia. We have not run that advert. We have not yet run that advert, but I think by next week the advert will be out. They want 150 female students, only female students, to go and study in Russia. So, when I made a call to that person who is in Russia through WhatsApp, he told me true, the scholarships are there, and we accommodate them, we give them everything, even air ticket. So just help us and mobilize those 150 students. So once it is out, please you mobilize your sisters to go. But the guy told me, of course now people have a perception that there is war in Russia, you may not come. But you know, successful people must be risk takers. Never fear risks. Go. You see, President Museveni took risk to go in the bush. 5 years sleeping in the bush, eating leaves and stones. Today is the president of the country. So you as a female student, you go and study in Russia. You never know, tomorrow you may be married off by Putin's son. So you should go. Then we have engaged with universities that have given us scholarships. Victoria University is here. Do you have a good president of Victoria University here? Victoria University gave us a slot and we advertised it. And I'm told, because by this time we need to put our contacts, we put the contacts of officials from Victoria University. But within a day, they called back and said, please remove our contacts and put yours. Because students are overcalling us. We said, that's what we go through. Okay? Then the Team University gave us 12 slots, those scholarships. But they gave us those scholarships through the Minister of Kampala, Mr. Kabanda. So we mobilized the students. We took the minister's desk to sort out the students, and they are given the slots. But since minister has been busy with the women elections, up to now she has not sorted out that thing. And schooling is going at Team Universities. So you good presidents, once you have slots in your universities, give us, and we mobilize these needy students because we have many of them who are home, seated, and they are very bright students. Like there's a student we know who came from Kasese. Kasese, the guy got 18 points, did the PCM, PCB, 18 points, 2018. Up to now, he had never gone to school. But that slot of UICT Nakawa, he went, and he's now the happiest man is studying. You see? So, give us these slots. There are many students in the villages who are seated. But still, we request Mr. Mkwatampola, once the ministry has these slots, don't sideline UNSA. Involve us, because we are the ones who know the needed students better than the ministry officials. I'm sure. Give us that slot. Intervention in students' challenges. We have done that. We have helped students with tuition. We have made letters to institutions to divert UNSA money. In fact, the finance minister didn't tell you. I think in the report they have added it there, but they didn't tell you that some of the expenses you were seeing, we write to institution. This student has approached us. She has these challenges. Can you divert UNSA money for 1 year and pay her tuition? Then you pay the balance. Do you have a good president of Bishop Stewart University? He's not here. We have done that to BSU. We have done that to KIU. We have done that to some institutions. And with the secondary schools, we have just also been doing that. We go and engage the head teachers. You divert that money. Because there are some schools that collect UNSA money and they don't subscribe. And it is eaten by these head teachers. So we said, instead of these people eating this money, don't eat, pay for this student. And they will say, no, okay, no problem. Because you have stopped them from eating. And we are resorting to that. So please, you engage us. If there is support, we shall support. If there is no support, we shall not support, but we shall try our best to see that you are supported. But also, there are some universities which do not subscribe. And their students, every time they are calling us to support them. Now really, good president also, should help us. Let your institution subscribe. If we check our records and we see that your school subscribes and your student has challenges, why not to come and help this student? You see, so you should also help us. And we work on that one very fast. Okay. International Women is there, Female Affairs did that, and the coordinator Mukono, by then, Kizito. They mobilized quite a number of female students to Makerere University, and it was good. Public lecture, yes, we have done that. National Youth Conferences, we have done that. Petition to Speaker of Parliament, I have already talked of that. Statement release, we have always released the statements. Even the current one, the recent one is the one on teachers' strike. And our statement was very clear as UNSA, and I'm happy the Minister official is here. We as students leaders in this country, on the issue of the strike of teachers, our position is let the government use all available avenues and increase money for these teachers. Because teachers play a very big role. You cannot compare a teacher to a doctor. You cannot compare a teacher to a lawyer. Even you, the ministry officials, you were taught by teachers. So you should pay these teachers than even members of parliament. You should benchmark from German. See, when the doctors in Germany raised against the president, the former prime minister, they wanted increment, she told them clearly, you are fools. How do you compare yourselves with teachers? Really? Who taught you? So if the moment I will meet the first lady, I will be very clear. And even when we meet the president, we shall be very clear. President is president today because of the support and the contribution of teachers. Even the Minister of Education is the Minister of Education today because of teachers. So do not take teachers for granted. They play a very big role in this. Why do you threaten teachers? We shall sack you. Why? Why? We have not yet come out as students leaders to storm and we mobilize our students and we strike as we have not done that. Because we want to solve things amicably. Engage the teachers and increase, and even the money teachers are asking, 4 million, is that money? And the MPs who are doing nothing in parliament, they are getting 40, what? State House is spending 1.8, I support NRM. State House spending 1.8 billion on a daily basis. So we should come out and speak these things. Let us not fear. Let teachers' money be increased. In fact, every teacher must be getting 100 million because of what they do. That's our position as students leaders. But Mr. Jacob Boyeru, you always meet the president. When you meet the president, speak. Don't fear to speak. Okay? You are protected by Article 29 of the Constitution. Don't be like a President Amin who said, I guarantee you to speak, but I don't guarantee you the protection after speech. So, Brother Yeru, meet the president and tell the president, increase money for teachers. These politicians, they are doing nothing and they're getting a lot of money. Just 200 million. Posh cars. Teachers are sleeping in grass-thatched houses. Let us not do things that way. We have assisted students to accomplish their studies through paying tuition. Recently, you saw us paying for a certain student in Mbale. I don't know the name, at University Link. She was a senior 6 student, registered, but stayed home for 2 weeks, not going to school. So when Kipeya, publicity met her in town. But why? I am seeing your students not going to school, and for you are going to the market. The girl narrated the story and almost cried. So when Kipeya told us that story, say no, this is a registered student. We had to call school, and we paid for her this term and third term. She is to study without any interruption concerning school fees. So if you have these students, they are bright students in villages who are needed, and they need assistance. Engage us, because schools are subscribing money. Well, you have heard the finance talking of billions of money. We expect this money to be subscribed by third term, because schools are having excuses. Now, if this money really comes, and the student is a needy, is a finalist in year 3, is a candidate, is stranded, why not support this fellow finishes and becomes a human being in this world? So engage these, bring us to us these people, we shall do the needful to support them. Parish development model. Please, we have had engagements over this and we are calling you the youth. Please, the good thing my brother here is here, we'll talk of this. Take these matters serious. Appreciate this. And you, the elites, go and talk to our parents, sensitize them on how to benefit out of this parish development model. Don't just say, a program bya government, yes, bya government, not bize kuyamba mwe. You see? So let's do the sensitization to these people and bakade bafe baganywe muzino programs. Meeting with the good president, we have met in Gulu. We met in Gulu, though the media, I don't know whether the media is here. You media people, you are not fair. We met in Gulu and we made our statements clear to the president and the Minister of Education. And our request was very clear. Students of this country want to meet physically the Minister of Education and the patron of students, who is the president. And that was our message. And we said, if they don't listen to us, we shall mobilize students and we strike. But you, the media, when you came to reporting, you twisted the story. You said the students' leaders met in State House with State House officials. When did we meet in State House? So, media, don't twist this story. I repeat, students want to meet the Minister of Education physically and the patron, who is the President of the Republic of Uganda. If a full figure can meet the President, who does nothing, what of the students? It beats also my understanding. At times we should change how we do our things in this country. Okay? Then on challenges, we have had rampant death of students. Let's observe a moment of silence for these students who have died. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Yeah, we have also had strikes. We don't welcome strikes. Students, leaders, patrons, coordinators help us. We don't want these strikes. Let strike come as the last option. Okay? Don't prioritize strikes. They are very disastrous. The other day I gave an example. And I still, when we met the GRC of Makerere, we told them clearly that you see that General Secretary of UNSA, he has just graduated, but his course was of 3 years. But he spent 6 years at Makerere University studying one course. Why? Because of strikes. Okay? And I still repeat this. So, you copy from him, but don't strike. So I don't support you to strike. Use all available avenues, and we shall look for the solution. Subscription fees, yes, this was a problem. Schools were not meeting this money and they were collecting money. And again, there are some schools that are collecting even much money. We paid 2,000 shillings, but there is a school collecting 10 from every student, 10,000, 10. Really, why this? So we met the permanent secretary. That's why we, as UNSA, we are really appreciating the PS. We present these challenges to her, and she instructed UNEB not to issue an examination material to any school minus paying. That is sorted. Next, she's now writing to INCHE, National Council, because it is the one that regulates universities and institutions of learning. The letter is going to come and it will instruct these institutions to remit UNSA money. And these are allied something. They will all pay this money. So we pray, you good presidents help us, and the students' leaders help us, and pay this money. And two, when this money comes, let me also be very clear on this. They collect 100,000, 100%. 20% must remain at school. Chairperson's district and the speakers, get this from me. 20% of the whole money collected in a school remains at school. This money is to assist you, the school leadership, and your school patrons to run activities within the school. 40%, because 80% is sent to national account, 40% is remitted back to the district account. And when the 40% comes to the district, The district leadership where you are, you the chairpersons, the speaker, and the female affairs, and your coordinator, you plan for the 40%. But coordinators, you don't engage these students leaders when the money comes back. That's the problem. 40 comes back, and in fact some districts, these student leaders who are supposed to be signatories on the account, they are not signatories. You a coordinator, you a principal signatory there. The chairperson is also a co-signatory and finance. But you'll find some districts, a coordinator is the principal signatory, his son is a signatory there, and his daughter is a signatory there, managing a district account. Please, we have received these complaints from these students' leaders. Coordinators, help us. We need transparency. We need transparency. Coordinators, if you have these issues, go and correct. You go and correct. Otherwise, we shall come for that. Chairpersons, if you know you are not a signatory and you have a national ID on your account, report it to us. Because where is that 40% going? And you find this week's not doing an activity. Coordinators, go get this money. And if a coordinator you get your money, make sure your 40% comes back to you. Quickly. 40% must come back to you. Just let a person know that this school has. I don't want to mention districts here because I know them. They have told us, but we shall not. Just go and harmonize. Law students stand up. We are working on that. Then future prospects, the launch of Keep Girl Child in School, the campaign of sanitary towels I've talked of. This is what we intend to do. Career guidance. There is the debates are also in the pipeline. President of students meeting with president is meeting with the students leaders, regional science related subject seminars. Yes, I'm happy all coordinators are teachers. We are yet to engage the UNEB officials so that we organize science related regional seminars. And UNEB gives us officials to come and do these seminars to students freely. So your role will be to mobilize these students to come for these science-related seminars, since the president has already told us to embrace science as opposed to arts. National and international event celebration, present school tour, climbing of Mountain Kilimanjaro by Ugandan students. Yeah, we met the ambassador of Tanzania and he welcomed this idea, but we are yet to finalize it. Many council, this is a mid-term council, and I think you should appreciate the office of the speaker for organizing this mid-term council, because it rarely happens. You only meet once and do elections and shoo, say no, let's have this and the other main one. Continuing press conferences, we are working on that, and so on and so forth. As I conclude, I may not finish the whole day with you, because I'm doing my exams. Tomorrow I have a paper, I have exams tomorrow, domestic human rights, and even on Monday I have another paper of ADR. On Tuesday I also have another paper. So I'm humbly requesting Right Honorable Deputy Speaker to allow me, Rana, I go back to Mbale, and I prepare for my tomorrow's exams. And I'm even sick, but I said no, I want to come. Then lastly, why I reached here late, you see, my friend was arrested. He organized a show in Tororo. People paid money. The musicians, when they came, they didn't perform. So people decided to break things here, 2 years back. So the owner of the place was tracing him. Not until they got him yesterday. And that is the Secretary of Finance. That's why you saw us coming together. So they had people from Mbale police had to come, got him. They took him back to Mbale. So I had to go there and I stood as a surety to give him that police bond. We came late. That's one. But two, the car we were using had mechanical issues because it was not ours. We just hired the car. So your president of UNSA is moving in public means. I repeat, your president is moving in public means. Even if he's going to West Nile, we'll jump on a Gago coach. Eh? I don't know whether there's a Gago coach. Baby coach. Reach somewhere that the bus stops, again he jumps into another bus. After he goes to taxi, sembera yoko mwami we suit, sembera yoko nyigamuka o to nyigawa baralao. That's how we are moving. So I humbly pray you, in my absentia, you move a motion and propose that the office of the president be bought a small car. I was a good president of IU. I never moved in public means. Good presidents, you know this. A good president cannot move in a public means. There's that small car that help him to run activities here and there. And it's not a car for the good president. It is for the good presidency. It means once this current regime goes, it will be used by the other regime. But at national level where we are, even that vice president you are seeing, she jumps on a border, goes for a talk show. You see? So I humbly pray you, in your reactions, move a motion that the office of the presidency be bought a small of around 14 million, 20 million, 30 million. It's not much money. So that this car can help us run these activities. My problem is not a car. My problem is the effective service delivery. That's where my problem is. And very soon we shall leave this office, but we want to leave at least when we have set a pace for all, because I'm seeing potential candidates here. The other day, a PM was telling, I want to be the next president, UNSA. You wave to people. Hey, good president, Mustema University told me he wants to be. Where are you? Wave to people. Then good president, you see Umbali. Wave to people. He told me, I want to be your. Then must Mbarara University. Where is he? Justice. He has not come. So I've already sold you to people. And other good presidents who have not told me, you all will come. You all come, contest, and you will all win. And you will serve the students of this country. Thank you very much. So as I go, presidents, La PM, I leave that motion to you. You are the next president. Please, good president, you see Umbali. You are the next president. Busiteba, you are the next president. I leave that motion to you. Don't come and start jumping on borders like me. You will face challenges. I humbly pray to end here my presentation, but you can take my contact, those who don't have my contact. 0705. I'm sick. 17.
You're protected.
Thank you. 0705 17 74 87. Call me anytime, I will pick you. Then MTN 0760 64 10 90. Female students, I always leave this. Be very careful when you are finishing, when you are at school. Female students, and go back to your female students. Women, you are like a Colgate. When you are brushing, you will always spit this Colgate. You cannot again pick this Colgate and put it back in the mouth. So women, you are like a Colgate. Men see you as Colgate. They will always use you and dump you. So when you are at school, mind about school. Don't be lied by a small man who is having a single room, that is having basins under the bed, that is also doing a relationship. Please. Don't be lied by these teachers. You are not the only student is seeing. This teacher is seeing a number of students. These lecturers, they are not only seeing you. They are seeing many students in that particular class. And they have seen regimes. So they will always use you as Colgate and dump you. Do not put your lives in danger. Study, finish, you'll get these you'll get these handsome men after your studies. Those who are in secondary schools, you will come to university, you will never finish beautiful girls at university. Gentlemen, be very careful. Then the females, you'll never finish these rich men at university. Because when you are at high school, we want a paper from you, the certificate, and the friendship who matter. When you are at university, we want a paper from you, a friend who matters, and a partner. Because you can't, if you don't fail to get a partner at university, where will you get the partner? In heaven? Thank you very much.
President, Mr. President, I request that you introduce the Secretary for Inter-School Affairs and you explain what she does for the young people to know. She's around.
The Inter-School Affairs?
Yes.
Where is she?
Honorable Nagudi Sarah, she's around.
Madam Nagudi, stand up. Thank you. You see that younger girl is in senior 6 at Imbale High. She's the one in charge of all secondary students in this country. That is one. That younger girl, she's supposed to report all the challenges students in secondary schools are facing to NEC. And she advises us that I think this is what we have to do when we are to engage students in secondary schools. Even career guidance, we shall move with her. So students in secondary schools, engage. You read your contact. They don't have your contact.
They are going to have.
Yeah? Yes.
070 20 38 67 3. That is for Airtel. 070 20 38 67 3. Then for MTN 077 60 17 1. 07723 60 17 1.
You have got it. Thank you, Honorable Nagudi Sarah. Please, gentlemen, don't call for other reasons. Okay? You see, men and women, it's like omzigo no muliro. So don't call for mkalabye mwana no takadula kunekako. As I went up I humbly thank all district coordinators. I thank my coordinator from Suronko, Mr. Mark. I thank my coordinator from Masindi. I don't know whether he's here. I thank my coordinator from Namtumba. I thank my coordinator from Kiriandongo. I thank my coordinator from Busia. My coordinator from Budaka. My coordinator from Mukono. My coordinator from Kampala. They have all our way. Kampala, Kizito, and all coordinators. We are where we are today because of you. They say, I am where I am because I have climbed the shoulders of a giant. We are where we are today because we climbed your shoulders. Indeed, you are giants. Candidates, coordinators, kwaheri for God and my country.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, we forgot to recognize the coordinator from Mitoma District, the mighty district in Uganda, Rinda North Sub-County, where we have the Deputy Speaker at Parliament. That is the man. Allow me invite the representative of the Vice Chancellor, UCU. We had a good president address to us, but then we haven't had a real host of this university welcoming us. After her, we're going to have the chairperson of the National Youth Council and the PS. Because of the time they've given to us, they want to go immediately after. I request that we take it that way. Madam. Oh, yeah, the president is asking for his 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'd made a very grave mistake. I'd forgotten my coordinator from Mombale, Mr. Tom Mark. Mr. Tom, wherever you are, just say hello to people. It's even out. I recognize you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, you can take the microphone.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to UCU. Commissioner in charge of Higher Education, Chairman, National Youth Council, my brother, the Dean of Students, Cavendish University, the President, Uganda National Students Association, the Right Honorable Speaker, Executive Secretary, Finance Secretary, UNSA-NEC, UNSA coordinators, university delegates, district executive committee delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I want to ask all of you to help me. In the African tradition, we normally shake hands. You know, when you're receiving guests, you shake hands with them. Those in the West, the Bachiga and Banyankole, give them hugs. So I want to ask you to do something for me. Please look at your neighbor. Look at your neighbor and please follow my instructions. Please don't talk, don't laugh. Look at your neighbor. Some people are looking at me. Look at your neighbor, please. Are we looking at them? Yes. I know some of them are putting on masks like me, but at least you can see the eyes and the hair. So I want you to tell your neighbor something good and welcome them to UCU. I am going to ask some people to tell us what they've told their neighbors. I pity my brothers who had ladies. What did you tell my daughters? At least you needed to tell them that you know your eyebrow is very well shaped. Those who don't have mask, you'd say, oh, you have a very big nose. It's beautiful. Welcome to Uganda Christian University. My name is Bridget Mugume, the Director of Student Affairs. We have 6 different campuses, and all of them are represented. I will not introduce them because it's not right. Everybody's welcome here. On behalf of UCU, we are very honored. UNSA-NEC, Finance, the executive, thank you so much for choosing Uganda Christian University. I'll not be shy to say that it is a center of excellence in the heart of Africa. Please clap for that. I'll also not be shy to say that it is an institution that is leading in digital programs. I want to ask all of us, I would like to ask the Right Honorable Speaker to share a link in your group so that you can share that same link to the members who have not been able to attend, so that they can follow. This congregation, whatever you're discussing, is beautiful. And as a staff who has worked with students for the last 14 years, I feel this is beautiful. I'd like to ask all of you to clap for the executive for the good planning. It's one thing to be a leader, and it's another story to give accountability. I know we know that. Very many leaders have come into power, but they never want to engage with the people they are leading. So when UNSA takes a step and pays, friends, whatever you're seeing here, this great team has paid. I want you to clap for them once again. When I looked at the objectives, there is to promote unity and maintain cordial relationship among students and other organizations with similar objectives. When you look at the UNSA objectives, you will think this is very far. But I want to encourage all of us, because you have come at Uganda Christian University at this time to represent a bigger group. And it is you who will go back and promote the objectives of UNSA. It doesn't matter where you've come from, it doesn't matter. Many times as leaders we think, oh, this is a very small position, I don't think it has an impact. That's a lie. But if the Lord has appointed you to be part of the delegates at Uganda Christian University, the 32nd delegate meeting, it means you are being given a task to go back and promote unity, promote the vision of UNSA, to be the mouthpiece on behalf of UNSA. So I want to encourage all of us to take this meeting seriously. The president was saying that there are things you need to think about. Online voting. And as leaders, where we are heading, the world is moving very fast. Analog business is being phased out. Gone are the days where the country will fail to get your information. But when you have a national ID, it means all your data will be kept. Now, my brother, my sister, I want to encourage you. If you want to move very fast, you need to embrace the digital world. You need to think faster. You need to allow and cast a vote. Whether you are in Imbale, you will cast a vote and you'll vote for your leader. I want to promise on behalf of this institution that we are ready to receive you for benchmarking on e-voting. We shall give you the support that you will need. And I pray that you leaders support online voting. So many things are sorted in a very short time. Thank you so much for choosing UCU. Please choose us again. Choose us again. Everybody here knows that you're here. We have shared the link. Others are following. And of course, as you represent your district, your institution, your constituency, we pray that you will give constructive ideas that will help the person who is in the remote village, a person who is not able to speak. Thank you very much. May the Lord bless you.
Thank you for that brief speech. I think she deserves another hand clap. We welcome our chairperson, Mr. Jacob Yeru, the chairperson, National Youth Council. As he's coming, I would wish to recognize the presence of the former Minister of Disabilities, Makerere University. If you're around, please wave to us. Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence.
Right Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I'll speak without my mask so
Okay.
that at least they can see who is taller than the president.
I know everyone would wish to see your face.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Commissioner for Higher Education, trying to establish the protocol here is hard, but I'll try. The Deans of Students, the President of the Uganda National Students Association, the Guild Presidents, the President and your neck, okay? The Guild Presidents here present, I saw my brother Lapiem, Ladit Lapiem, Awani, you're welcome. The Host Guild President, Mirembe Rachel, Your Excellency. All other guild presidents, student leaders, and I have to add, because I have seen among the coordinators, they are members of the National Youth Councils, For example, the chairperson of the district of Sironko is here. The UNSA representatives of the National Youth Council are here. Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome. Permit me to inquire of time because I need to know how long I need to speak for. When the president was speaking here, he said reading would take him longer. So he decided to speak without reading, and he took what I thought would be twice the time.
Please, you can deliver your speech within a moment of 5 minutes if it's
5 minutes, okay. So I'll speak what I can in 5 minutes so we can have our lunch. It's very hard to address people when their food is available and they are hungry. First and foremost, I am more than glad to be invited here. I was invited here at a time when our country is questioning the status of our education system. And as student leaders, we could not have met at a better time. Now in our education system, we have an impasse. The impasse is, will the academic year end when the students who paid tuition have been taught? That is the impasse. For very many years now, since about 2014, there has been a consistency of inconsistency in the education sector. Government says one thing, the teachers say something. As the teachers are still saying something, the lecturers say something. So we have been in perpetual in and out of education for a long time. At my time of active education in Makerere, we always had a student strike coming because of a lecturer's strike. So the lecturers would strike, then the students strike because of lack of education. Then government comes in to quell the student strike first as they negotiate with the lecturers. Then eventually, they talk to the lecturers. It was Nelson Mandela who said, if you want to train a generation, you need to invest in its education. And as student leaders, why I started with this preamble is because I know that we are supposed, as the young people of this country, to be the anchors of the sustainability of our education sector. That young head prefect that is in this room today, or that young head girl, or that guild president, is the voice for those who think education is important and have taken time to attend to it. When the government, I remember the president, before blaming government, he said he is NRM. I don't know whether he was protecting himself, and then he said there's Article 29. I will not tell you my political party. But when the government looks at the education sector, and I'm glad the commissioner is here, what do we see? Because we have spent 3 years, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 now, when education in this country is not gaining momentum as it should. Justifiably, education world over was interrupted by COVID. But in our country, it was interrupted for the longest in the whole world. Why? Because of the issues the Dean of Students spoke about here. We have not yet adopted technology at the pace that the world is taking it in. I was lucky to attend a secondary school in my A-level where technology was serious. But even for us, technology was serious because the owner of the school was Italian. And there was an Italian priest that made sure that we were at the standard of Italy. So our school, quiet, unannounced, had smart boards. We didn't use blackboards and so many things. When we're arguing, we Google immediately. And the students see, and then we proceed. That was education then. When COVID came in, such a school could easily shift classes to Zoom because they have been accustomed to using technology. But even our best schools in the country were struggling. Why? Because we had not paid attention to the level the world was at in terms of digitization. And I want to thank the president of this country now for insisting on saying ICT is important, it's a job creation area. But I want to urge the representative of the permanent secretary, let us move beyond just hearing nice things about the digital era, and we begin to make real foundational investments in the education sector so these young children can compete at the world level. Let me say it this way. When someone graduates from Gulu University with a bachelor's degree in law that my brother is attempting, or someone graduates from UCU with a bachelor's degree in engineering or the new bachelor's of medicine that has just come into the university, do they get a qualification that is at the same level as a bachelor's degree from Harvard University? Because they are all in international standards called undergraduate programs. What I am basically saying is the same thing as saying when you graduate from high school with a first grade in your school, are you at the same level with a first grade in South Africa, in the United States, for the same level? That is how we should measure our education sector, so that we can then know whether we are channeling out a globally competitive human capital or we are channeling out a locally competitive human capital. And we make a decision as a country. This is where we should go. Madam Speaker, I will try. The second thing I want to talk about is UNSA. Now, let me start by thanking the current UNSA NEC and your ES. The UNSA NEC that we have now is a revolutionary UNSA National Executive. And I really, really want to thank them that they have come at a time when we are also lucky to be in the positions of leadership that we have. UNSA is the association of over 15 million Ugandans. That is even higher than my constituency, because I am in charge of people between 18 and 30. In national figures, that is 9.5 million Ugandans. UNSA is in charge of over 15 million Ugandans. But the UNSA president, like he said here, has to get a bus to come here. The guild president of Makerere, I don't know if Her Excellency is here, but the guild president of Makerere, no, I think they're in interim now. It should be Mitchell, the guild speaker, has... Commissioner, I want to invite you to visit these universities. The guild president of Makerere drives a Prado TX. And where are they going? Around the university. Around the university. I don't know what the guild, my brother Awanyi from Gulu University drives. But he has said it well. You cannot expect a national president of students to visit schools, visit regions, while arriving based on bus schedules. He will not work. Most of my journeys are at night. People see me in Chiruhura at 8 a.m. and they see me in the afternoon in Mbali. The next day, I am in Gulu. That is the task of the work. I cannot do that if I have to get a bus. Commissioner, let's be serious with what we are trying to build for this country. Ministry of, it's not even supposed to be an UNSA matter. The Ministry of Education should budget a car. And these things of saying a small car doesn't make sense. You don't come out of the, say, Your Excellency, when you're coming out of a Primo. No. Because you're coming to handle an issue where students have been arrested. The person who arrested the students is driving, I don't know what kind of car. The DPC has come with a contingent. You have come to negotiate on behalf of students. You are president of the country. You are coming in a Primo. Well, it should not mean anything, but the president should not reach when he can no longer talk because he's tired from the humps on the road. The principal private secretary recently quarreled. He moves in the presidential convoy. I think those of you who have seen it, you know the cars there. There is no Primo. But he was quarreling that these small speed bump humps are paining his body. Now, if the president travels in a primo, I don't know what he would say. Because he has to hurry there. So let us be serious. Get these fellows a van. I don't know if they already have one for the neck. Get the president a serious car. For me, I don't see a problem with a Prado. If a guild president of Makerere can drive a Prado, get him a Prado, a ministry driver on ministry salary and monthly fuel. Let these people work. That is when we can say we have an UNSA. The other thing I have been listening to, the first time I attended UNSA elections was, I think, in 2016-17. I don't remember that time. We were in Arua. My brother Burobuto was running. So I went there to support. And he won. But I asked him, what exactly are we going to do in UNSA? What does UNSA do? So he told me, Jacob, this is the whole student body of the country and so on. I said, but I have never heard UNSA making a statement on Makerere strikes. Chambogo is striking. We have been in competing strikes. Students are arrested. UNSA doesn't show up. So many matters happen that affect students that UNSA does not say anything about. And when this neck came in, the president was making statements as if he was making statements for fun. But what you don't know is that in advocacy, if you don't speak, no one listens to you anyway, because no one is saying anything. When my brother from Makerere lost his arm, I think it was in Lumumba Hall, because of a canister, he was not striking. He was simply trying to get rid of what is not a member of his accommodation. So he picked it and threw it out. But in attempting that, he is not a security-trained personnel. His arm went. When I read what he's studying, it's a very big loss to this country. Because he needs his arms for what he's studying. He would need his arms. Now, if you have a national students' body that cannot see that there is a problem that needs to be addressed there, then you don't need a national students' body. That is the position. And I want to thank this NEC for coming up and saying we need to say something. And I want to be very clear. We are yet to say something on that matter. They have spoken to a few people. We are yet to say something. Because it appears that in this country, serious matters are given a back seat. Students come, they are talking about ammunition and loss of arms, and they are sent behind. No, you wrote to so-and-so, maybe I will. Why? And ES, let's get this culture. I don't know where the ES is. But let's get this culture right. If UNSA is sitting here, invite the entire national executive of the National Youth Council. Let them sit here. Because they have a budget and there are students who are within 18 to 30. Invite all the members of parliament who represent the young people. Because these are the issues they should be talking about. When you see that MPs are getting 40 million, you ask yourself, what are the youth MPs getting it for? If it is not for your work. So if they are not here, I have a problem. Why? Because now you go to parliament, the speaker has a matter that you've presented, there is no one to follow up. The speaker has no cause of action in parliament. The speaker's office is neutral. But the members of parliament must take on the matter. So they must be here. In that, I will go to the third issue as I end. I am now over time, so I'll need to apologize. The third issue is institutional development and sustainability. When I met with the national executive, I invited my entire executive. They didn't all come, but we had the quorum we needed. One of the issues that we discussed, and I'm glad that the UNSA representatives are here, UNSA has a changing leadership annually. Now there is this, and he's saying they're not extending their term beyond 1 year. I think in patriotic necessity. And don't fear to have discussions, because I saw when they say we are going to touch the constitution, you think they are removing term limits. No, it's not always true. You first listen to the subject, then you decide whether it's a yes or no. This UNSA NEC is the one in 2022. The next election of the National Youth Council will happen in 2025. There will be an UNSA NEC that year which according to the current National Youth Council Act, will elect 4 representatives to the National Youth Council. Now, this is my problem. The National Youth Council serves a 5-year term. UNSA executives serve a 1-year term. Why should UNSA be represented in the National Youth Council by 4 people for 5 years, yet UNSA is changing executives per year? I don't support it. It doesn't make sense. It is not possible with these fellows. They are here now, my sister Sasira, my brother Collins. This 6th council has already been elected for a tenure. So we have to decide on our own as leaders of our generation. Does it make sense that students are represented by people who were representing students 5 years ago? It doesn't make sense. So in the interim, in these remaining years, all the council sessions I will sit and chair, we will invite the UNSA NEC to come and sit there. Let us stop this habit of seeing ourselves as a generation having institutions that are very independent of each other. You find UNSA is trying to behave as if it is independent totally of the National Youth Council, which is also trying to stand totally alone from the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. Then everyone is driving in their own direction. No wonder UNSA can go to Parliament, meet the Speaker, and there is no youth MP. The Speaker welcomes you, gives even transport refund, and your issue dies there. Isn't that the matter? That is the problem we have. So the other thing I'm telling them is, it is also not right for the National Youth Council to have a secretary for students' affairs on the national executive who doesn't sit with UNSA to discuss at all. So I told them, and I'm now telling you, you also agree on whether you can admit that person as an ex officio. Ex officio means they don't decide what you are saying. They can give you information. That, oh, on that matter we are here, on that matter we are there. When you decide for vote, he moves out. That is how cordial understanding should happen. So I want to implore you, let us struggle to achieve institutional collaboration and cooperation. That's how we shall achieve. If the UNSA president says remove ammunition from schools, the MPs hold a press conference and say the UNSA president said we are saying the same. We call the national executive of the National Youth Council, we even call the council and we make the same resolution. Government will listen. But whenever you fight alone, you don't go far. You can show that you're a strong man in a small village. But when you gather Africa, your strength is ridiculously absent. So let us learn cooperation. Madam Speaker, as I end, I will end with these words. When the leaders don't identify the right priorities, the masses will make anything a priority. If, as the UNSA leaders sitting here today, and the NEC, and future NECs, you cannot determine priorities for the students and their right, you will hear strikes in every university as and when it is necessary. Yet the University Guild President who leads the strikes is a member of UNSA. You will hear even secondary schools are now striking again. Things we last had in the time when Uganda had no military order. Anyone who could form an army. Schools were forming armies. There are schools where they would warn teachers, and teachers would have to be fired because the students have said that one will not teach us again. I am telling you, these are things that we are talking about. Because of institutional challenges, female teachers couldn't teach in some single-sex schools. Because boys would be very chaotic and disorderly. But now, in a country where we have a majority of young people, a majority under 30, over 75% of the population, it is the right time for young leaders to show that they understand process, they understand protocol, and they understand organization. Let us organize and lead the generation forward. In 20 years, when we are not in UNSA, in NYC, in Parliament as youth MPs, there must be a foundation they are building on that we have set. Not
simply a passage of road that this is where they passed, we are also now passing. We must leave landmarks in our tenure. And you are on course, Your Excellency and your executive, for what you're doing. I thank you. I apologize for going 12 minutes over time. And may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's a blessing that we have a sister organization that is working with us towards ending issues that affect students in their schools and in their institutions. What he said here is true. I'm a witness to that, if we work together, working together actually makes us end together or bring solutions to problems. We thank you, Chairperson, for honoring our invitation and considering us as people or persons of importance to the future or to the near Uganda that we want. Members, allow me add on by saying that everyone who stands to speak is saying that this is the answer that you've been looking for. I don't know whether it is true or it is wrong. But in me, I have that conviction that this is the answer that we wanted and we have it now. Let's utilize it. Well, thank you. We're going to have a speech from the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education. Then after, we shall go for lunch. I know nature dictates, and when it dictates, nothing we can do. Let him speak, and then we go for lunch. Thank you very much. You can use this microphone.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, the President of UNISA, District Coordinators of UNISA, my colleagues, the Director for Student Affairs, UCU, the Chairperson of the Youth Council, my colleague from Cavendish University, all distinguished persons here present, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you all. Good afternoon. My name is Amukwata Ampola Mzamir. I work at the Ministry of Education and Sports as Commissioner for Admissions, Scholarships, and Student Affairs. I want to bring you greetings from the Ministry of Education and Sports, and particularly from the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Katie Lamaro, whom I am representing at this meeting today, and whom you had invited to preside over this function, this meeting. The PS had actually prepared to come here, but because of the other engagements, she found herself unable to be with you here physically, although she is with you in spirit. I'm therefore delighted to be here in my new capacity, as I've described it, and also to be at UCU for the second time this week. This university has been here for some time, but I want to say I'd never visited it. But earlier this week I was here. I was particularly interested in the School of Law. That's where I was with members of the Law Council, Uganda Law Council. And today I'm here yet for this activity. Right Honorable Speaker, and all of you members, last year, 2021, there was a mini restructuring at the Ministry of Education and Sports headquarters, particularly in the Directorate of Higher Technical Vocational Education and Training, which brought into existence the mini restructuring which brought into existence the department in charge of student affairs. I was chatting with the executive secretary that which has been the department responsible for student affairs at the ministry. He was saying we are all over. We are in TVET, we are in primary, we are in secondary, we are all over. But the ministry recognizes the importance of students' affairs, and therefore decided, not the ministry, actually the government recognizes the importance of student affairs in this country, and therefore decided that they should create a home which should link you to all the other ministry departments and the other government directorates. And in that matter, I'm privileged to be the head of that new department, which is in charge of student affairs. I said it's admission, scholarship, and student affairs. Each of these components is headed by an assistant commissioner. One for admissions, one for scholarships, and the other one for student affairs. Unfortunately, the one who was appointed as the head of student affairs is still finishing up an assignment in India. He's Mr. Beka Valunywa. Has been a student attaché in India, and probably by the end of this year, he should be able to come home to help coordinate affairs of students in this country. In his absence, I'm taking on the mantle, both as commissioner and the acting head of that division. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank UNISA, and I would like to thank you and the entire UNISA executive for organizing this meeting, and not just a meeting, but a meeting with a theme making UNISA relevant to the student body. For your term of office, I've learned it is 1 year term. It is rather short, but you should try to put in place things which will benefit the student community. What you put in place may not be realized during your own time. It may be realized in the times of your successors. People will come after you, but after you have put something in place. I want to say that all organized communities have associations, associations with clearly defined objectives and leadership. That is when some of the aspirations and challenges of the members can be addressed. I therefore applaud the leadership and membership of UNISA for this association by not just having it in place, but also making it visible and vibrant. The current UNISA leadership has made this thing what I'm saying. It is very vibrant and very visible. While at the ministry, we're able to see this. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and your team. As head of this new department, I want to say that I need to get to know UNISA quite well, and also to work very closely with the leadership and the Secretariat of UNISA to be able to serve the students in this country better. I want to thank you for championing the cause of the students. Students in this country are a very endangered species. They suffer silently, they suffer loudly, but sometimes it takes a good Samaritan to come up and pick the case. The politicians have tried, the Minister of Education has tried, but we need to have a dedicated team of people looking at issues concerning students in this country. As members of UNISA, you are privileged to be in the leadership positions. Many of you, I don't want to say many of you, I don't have the statistics. Some of you are in higher education institutions. Others, as I've learned, are in secondary schools. I want you to know, even those in secondary schools are aspiring to go to higher education institutions. I want to state that higher education is recognized all over the world as an engine of national growth and development. As students, you are expected to be having ready-to-use skills and competences that are needed to move the economy forward. It is against this that I urge you to take your studies very seriously. As you pursue leadership in student activities, the bottom line is that you must take your studies very, very seriously. In the world today, there is a lot of competition for almost everything. There is competition in class, there is competition at work, there is competition for employment, there is competition on the road, almost everything. And it is as good as survival for the fittest. I think that is the jungle law. Survival for the fittest. The fittest in the world of work are those who have the best qualifications. Not just qualifications, not just best qualifications, but people who have passed extremely very well. People who have passed extremely very well, irrespective of what you have studied. I've seen adverts by Bank of Uganda. I've seen adverts by Uganda Revenue Authority. I've seen adverts for all organizations, those good organizations which pay well in this country. When they're advertising, they say someone should have a university degree, but with a minimum of an upper second. A minimum of an upper second. They may not say someone must have got a triple A at senior 6, but someone should have a minimum of an upper second. My sister, those of you who are working in universities, someone to be employed here, to be able to teach these people, you should have that minimum. And very soon the minimum is also, not whoever has that minimum is taken, because there are people who are getting first class. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. President, and all of you in the leadership, I want you to take this extremely, very seriously. In the recent past, the Education Service Commission has been recruiting teachers. You have seen these adverts. You have relatives who are competing to become teachers on government payroll. The Education Service Commission has come out clearly. Someone who has a past degree cannot stand in front of a class of students to teach. Therefore, such persons are not employed. Someone with a past degree. Much as the universities, Madam Director, you graduate people with past degrees. But when it comes to, and people will celebrate and they will throw parties because someone is putting on a gown and all those things which decorate graduates. But when it comes to the world of work, someone is going to suffer. So please don't try to think about that. In all that you do, make sure you aim at getting the best results which are going to bail you out in this world which is full of competitions. I have a very long speech that I had prepared, but the Honorable Right Speaker told me food is ready, it's getting cold. I may not have to read the whole of it. I'll leave it behind. But I may wish to respond to one or two things which I have captured the little time I've been around here. First of all, I would wish to sympathize with this student, Makerere, has left, who lost his fingers. At the ministry, we followed this unfortunate incident. I was not a person in the office at that time, but really, it is really very sad that he got that kind of disability which he was not really born with, and yet he was not part of the demonstration. I will thank you, Mr. President, for emphasizing the need for peaceful resolution of issues that arise amongst the student communities without necessarily making strike the first option. Strikes are normally considered to be the last option after all negotiations have failed. I want you to take the President's message very seriously. Those of you who are leaders, think about all the other options that can be used to achieve the aspirations of the students and bring in the element of strike as the last option. Secondly, Mr. President, you spoke about the need to meet the Minister of Education and Sports, who is also the First Lady. I think the onus is on you to make a request. Mama Janet is very receptive. He has received so many people, and I've been to her office with the student leaders before, UNISA, in the previous years. She has been there and she has received them. So the onus is on you actually to prepare a request as to why you should meet her. The reasons must not be so many. Even the need to appraise her, to tell her what you are doing is equally good. Don't simply go there with the problems. Tell her what UNSA is all about, what it is doing currently. I think she'll be more than ready to explain. And then pass through our permanent secretary, that request will be received. That request will be received. And now that there is also this department, please inform us. We can guide you on how best we can achieve that meeting. On the issue of following up on the petition to Parliament, I missed out this. The Speaker told me it is about the use of live canisters and bullets when trying to quell demonstrations. I want to say I'm not sure whether this petition is at the ministry. If you send it to Parliament, those are our bosses. We may not be able to follow it up, but please, the same petition can be resubmitted to the permanent secretary, can be submitted to all the ministers of education. I won't tell you it will really raise concern. All the ministers of it, you can copy in all the ministers and resubmit to the Speaker of Parliament. I'm sure the Speaker to whom you submitted that petition must be a different one from the one that we have today. So don't you say, we did this in 20, I don't know when you did it, but certainly the Speaker must be different. Please resubmit. This is very important and pertinent as far as lives of students in our various institutions are concerned. The President spoke about the Russian scholarships. Yes, scholarships are there. The scholarships that we handle are very competitive and meritorious. We make them known to the public through adverts in the newspapers, and people come out to compete for these. They compete for these ones. We only coordinate them, and then the awarding is done by the universities where you apply. If it is China, you are applying, if the scholarship is from China, then it means that the universities in China are the ones that are going to give you a place. If they are convinced with your paperwork that you have submitted, yes, they will inform their government that this one is the right candidate for studying in our university. Therefore, go ahead and award these people. It's not true that these scholarships are distributed from the Ministry of Education headquarters. That's what the press tries to the picture they try to paint to the public. But our duty is really to coordinate, to let Ugandans get to know what is available, and ask them to bring their paperwork, which you yourselves submit ultimately to the university of choice. And then if the university of choice accepts your paperwork, then the scholarship will be on you. So please take advantage of these adverts when they come. He spoke about the Russian scholarship. True, this Russian scholarship is there. It's an Alabuga scholarship project where they want 150, initially talk about females. Did you say that, Mr. Weruga? They talk about female students, but when the ambassador of Russia visited the ministry, they said no, it is open not only to female students, but also to their male counterparts. The closing date for this one is 31st July, so we still have a full month for people who are interested, but the age limit is 23 years, meaning that it is targeting people in senior 4 and senior 6. Senior 4 and senior 6 leavers. It is a certificate program. Everything is provided, the return air ticket. You study for 1 year, you get some diploma, and then work there for 1 year, and then be able to travel back. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of a vehicle for UNICEF President, this must be also in your work plan. You submit this one. If you are planning to meet PS, you invite the PS to come here. She was unable to come, but please, you can also plan to come and visit her. Plan, Madam Speaker, Madam Mr. President, arrange to come and see the permanent secretary. I know we shall be invited to be in that meeting, and also make a request to go and see our Honorable Minister of Education and Sports. I want to conclude my my remarks. The speech is written, I'm going to leave it behind. At the Ministry of Education, we are reviewing the secondary school curriculum to address the need to impart skills that can enhance the employability of school leavers in a variety of settings. We are very hopeful that this review will, in the long run, go a long way in addressing some of the work-related challenges this country is facing. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker and all of you delegates, I thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
It deserves a big hand clap, members. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We appreciate everything, and we pledge to write immediately after to meet the PS and talk about the means of transport of our president and the NEC members at large. Members, whenever you hear something, don't always take it personal. Always think beyond and be like, if I were this person, what would I be wishing another person? The president is not doing this. We're not doing this for ourselves. Whatever is being done for the next regime. Actually, it's the next regime that is going to gain from whatever we're doing. So if they say something, please, before you acting negative or thinking in a negative way, ask yourself, why are they doing it? This is the answer of our time. I call this session to rest as we go for lunch. I request that Mr. Arpot Arvin I think the chairperson working committee takes us through the process of eating and whatever, like the whole process after here. We're going to have a 40-minute break. We're coming here at exactly 9. At exactly 6 minutes past 3 p.m. Thank you very much. I call this house to an end for a moment. Thank you. You stand up as we are leaving the house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We may resume our seats. We're going to go for our lunch, but before that, we shall have a prayer, a table prayer, before we go for the food.
Shall we pray? Father in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the food that has been prepared. Let it give us strength to love you and serve you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Now we're going to have an order in which we shall be getting our lunch. First, we're going to have our dignified guests on the other end who are going to go to the other serving points. Then thereafter, we're going to have ushers who shall be guiding us. So now we're going to pick food. There are 2 serving points, one on my extreme right, the other on the left. So the ushers will be coming to pick you from your seats in about 2 or 3 rows as you access the serving table and later resume your seat and be in position to eat. Mind you, we have quite a short time, so I believe we shall be having a working lunch. So that means that exactly 6 minutes past 3 p.m. when the house resumes, for those of us that shall be either getting food or eating, you will proceed, as you're eating, as counsel is ongoing. The purpose of all this is to ensure that we actually save on time. You get me? Then also, if I may echo another reminder about the restrooms or the places of convenience. There is one on my left as you walk out and take a right turn. That leads you to the ladies' washroom. Then there is another on my right as you walk out and take a left turn. That leads you to the gentlemen's washroom. Then there are also other washrooms. If you find those quite occupied, you could still ask any of the ushers. They would usher you to any other restrooms within campus. There is one slightly above us on my left as you turn, somewhere there behind that lecture block. There is another washroom there. You could also access that. So as the ushers are leading us there to the serving tables, I would request whoever is in the control room, if you could kindly display the Twitter runnings currently. We have a live Twitter hashtag that is currently ongoing, and the hashtag is the 32nd Uganda National Students' Council first sitting. So engage that hashtag, have something to say. It could be a contribution that you wish to give in regards to how the first segment has gone. So feel free to engage. And also another reminder is that the UNSA has a Twitter handle, so kindly follow. There is a lot of information that is posted there. And the handle is at Uganda National Students Association. Or you could actually find it as UNSA1. So kindly get on Twitter and engage the handle there. There are other platforms on which UNSA is also very much active. You could also follow them on Facebook. That's at Uganda National Students Association. So as the screen is going to be displayed, you'll be seeing some of your tweets running. So kindly engage. The hashtag once again is the 32nd Uganda National Students Council first sitting. That's our hashtag. Keep it engaged. Keep it moving. You're very much welcome once again. For those that may be joining us, our serving points are there and the ushers that are going to lead you there. We shall have a working lunch just in the next 40 minutes before the speaker walks back in and we proceed with the other items on the agenda. Reminder, kindly reach out to any of the ushers for any help you may need. It could be just direction. Feel free also when you have some time to tour and see how beautiful Uganda Christian University is. It's the center of excellency in the heart of Africa. And certainly if you took some time to walk around, you'll walk in agreement. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. remind also, if you're walking away from your seat, please ensure that you're either walking away with your valuables. Do not leave any personal effects there that could actually get misplaced or anything. So keep your things to yourself, and also watch out in case a neighbor walks out. Please, if it's not them picking that property, then caution that person as to why. You know, let's watch out for each other, and enjoy your lunch. Dear colleagues, for those of us that haven't yet accessed our meals, you could walk to the serving point on my left because the line is getting a little shorter this side. As the ushers guide you towards this end. Okay, that's enough. If we could just hold on a little. We have had some few numbers this side. The ushers will be alerting you from time to time. Dear colleagues, so as to ensure that we are able to have adequate time to discuss whatever we still have on our agenda. We shall have a working lunch. It's exactly 10 minutes to 3 p.m. Serving will continue, but at exactly 3 p.m., the speaker will be leaving his recess and get into the house, and council will proceed at exactly 6 minutes past 3, as had earlier been communicated. So if you have any matter that you actually would like to participate in as per the agenda, and you're still having your lunch, I would suggest that you hasten whatever you're doing, so that when council resumes, you're able to actually fully and actively participate. But regardless, once the house resumes, the service of lunch will still continue, so no worries, and there is plenty. There is plenty. Even a second helping can still be given. So let's have no rush. Feel at Uganda Christian University, feel at home. We're very glad to have you here today with us. And once again, the places of convenience or the washrooms, there is one on my left. The moment you walk out of this hall and take a right turn, it leads you directly to the ladies' washroom. And there is another on my right of this particular hall. Soon as you walk out and take your left turn, it shall lead you to the gentlemen's restroom or a toilet for that matter. Then also as a reminder, we have a hashtag that is currently ongoing on Twitter. And the hashtag is the 32nd Uganda National Students' Council first sitting. Get on Twitter, get active, have your views. You just never know who may actually read your tweets, and it could actually contribute to the entire debate and nation building. Also as a reminder, the UNSA has a Twitter handle, and that's at UNSA1, or you could actually search for the Uganda National Students Association. Once you tap onto that particular handle, you shall see a picture as a cover picture having our members of NEC. Yeah, that's a way you could actually identify that handle. So let's get on Twitter, let's get following, let's get informed about our association. There is also a Facebook page through which you could actually follow the UNSA and get to know what is ongoing. So follow, get informed, get engaging, engage those pages as we get our voices heard as young people. Once again, I would echo that in case you have any sort of guidance you need from any of the hosts of this event, kindly reach out to any of our ushers. They are strategically located within the four corners of this hall. Just walk out to any of them. We have tags that identify us, organizing committee tags. Once you read that tag, please feel free to engage any of those ushers, and they will be of great help to you to guide you in whatever you may need. Let us also be cautious. Kindly, if a colleague has stepped out, either to go answer nature's call for whatever it may be, and they have left their property behind, please watch out for them. Let's be a brother's keeper, and let's ensure that everyone leaves you, see you smiling and safe. Thank you. Please, members, if you haven't yet gotten your lunch, you could still access this serving point. It's getting a little less congested. If you haven't yet gotten your lunch, please feel free. For those of the second helping, please hold on. And everyone finishes, then thereafter, we can swing in. We can swing in. Once again, hello. For those of us that are done with our lunch, it would be courteous of you to kindly rise up once again with your plate and take it back to any of the serving points there, you know. It's just only good practice such that we ensure that the place is less congested. You know, next 3 minutes, we shall be having the speaker walk in. So to ensure that we depart from here quite early. We wouldn't love to hold people for quite so long. People are coming from quite so far, Jinja, Gulu, just to mention but a few. So if you're outside the precincts of this hall, I would kindly urge you to walk in. The speaker is soon resuming his seat and counsel shall proceed. An agenda was read out to us previously. If you have any matters that you'd wish to participate in that particular agenda, my advice would be kindly move closer such that as other members are actually having their lunch, you're less busy and you can actually engage. So colleagues, let's resume our seats as we wait for the speaker. Anytime soon, he shall be ready and we shall be alerted. Thank you. Secretary General NEC, Mr. Roy, if you're within, please kindly get closer. The speaker requests for your presence. Roy, Secretary General NEC, Mr. Roy, if you're within the building, please get to the speaker's box. Mr. Roy, if you're within, kindly get to the speaker's box. Council is about to start. Mr. Roy, wherever you are, kindly get here. Mr. Roy. Dear delegates, I would request that if you're done with your lunch, kindly move towards the hall and take your seat. The speaker is ready. In just a couple of minutes, he will be getting into the house and council shall resume. For those of us that are still looking for the places of convenience or the washrooms, as you walk out of this hall, on either ends, you will meet our ushers that shall direct you on where to go. So once again, if you're not within this hall and you can hear the sound of my voice, Kindly move in. Council is about to resume. The speaker is all set. Anytime from now, we shall be having the speaker approach, and we shall all be required to stand. For those within the center here, those are the serving points, it's fine. But for us that are within here and are actually done, soon as he gets in, we shall all be required to